Hey hey. Welcome back to Prime Fiction. We've got something fire today. Naruto was the forgotten fox king who appeared in Supernatural, and death itself bowed when they finally met. Likes and subs keep us going. Alright, story time. Chapter 1. The tracks in the snow. The bodies were arranged in a circle. Not by the killer, that much was obvious from the way 3 of them had clearly been running when they died. 2 had made it almost to the tree line. 1 was still reaching for a car door, fingers curled around nothing, frost already working its way up the sleeve of his jacket. But the way they'd fallen, the angles, the spacing, it made a circle anyway, like the universe had a sense of geometry that the killer didn't. Dean Winchester crouched over the nearest one and tilted his head. "No wounds," he said. "I can see that," Sam said from 6 feet away, where he was shining his flashlight at a second body with the focused expression of a man trying to solve a math problem that kept changing its own numbers. No wounds on a body means either heart attack, stroke, or something we don't want to talk about at 7 in the morning. It's 6:50. Sam. Right. Something we don't want to talk about. Sam stood up and swept his light across the clearing. The snow was unmarked for the most part. No tire tracks, no animal prints, nothing that suggested a struggle of any kind. Just the bodies, the circle they hadn't meant to make, and the cold Nebraska air sitting heavy over everything like a wool blanket that smelled like pennies. There were 6 of them, Sam said. According to the police report. I count 6. 6 demons, Dean. Sam looked up. The exorcism burns on the ground, the sulfur. These were possessed. Something killed 6 demons and their hosts without leaving a single mark. Dean stood. He tucked his hands into his jacket pockets and looked at the scene the way their father had taught them both to look at scenes, not at the bodies, but at the negative space around them. What wasn't there? What should have been? Demons don't run from much, he said. No. Whatever did this, the demons saw it coming. Look at the spacing. They spread out. They were trying to flank something. Dean walked the circumference of the unintended circle slowly, boots crunching on frozen grass. And it still killed all 6 of them. Simultaneously, based on the positioning. Sam had his notebook out. He was writing something down and chewing the inside of his cheek, which meant he was working on a theory he didn't fully trust yet. There's no lore that fits this. I've been through Dad's journal 3 times. Demons fleeing en masse, no wounds, no ritual signs, no sulfur on the bodies. There are tracks, Dean said. Sam looked up. Dean was standing at the southern edge of the clearing, flashlight angled down at the snow. Sam crossed to him and looked. There were footprints, bare feet, from the shape of them, pressing cleanly into the snow with no sign of hesitation or hurry. The stride was even and relaxed. Whoever had left them had been walking, not running. The prints led south, toward the road. They followed them for a quarter mile. The prints never changed pace. They reached the asphalt of County Road 14 and disappeared, because the road was dry. Dean straightened up and looked south down the empty highway. Dawn was just beginning to suggest itself at the horizon, a gray loosening of the dark, not quite light, not quite anything. Bare feet, Sam said. In 20-degree weather. Yep. No blood. No weapon. No vehicle. Yep. Dean looked at him. You hungry? The only diner within a 10-mile radius of the crime scene was a place called Patty's, which had the kind of sign where several letters had burned out and no one had replaced them, so it now read Patys in red neon, which Dean said sounded like a threat. It was warm inside, and it smelled like coffee and bacon grease, and there were exactly 4 customers, 2 truckers sharing a booth near the window, an old woman with a crossword puzzle at the counter, and a blond man at the far end of the counter who was eating ramen. Not the kind of ramen that came from a packet. Patty's didn't serve ramen. The blond man appeared to have produced it from nowhere, and the waitress, rather than questioning this, had simply poured him a coffee and moved on with her life, which suggested either she'd seen weirder or she was deeply tired. Dean and Sam slid into the booth nearest the door, facing the counter out of habit. "Is that guy eating ramen?" Dean said. "Yes," Sam said, already pulling his laptop out. "At 6 in the morning. In a diner in Nebraska." Dean. "I'm just observing." The blonde man was maybe 25, by appearance, though something about the way he sat made that estimate feel optimistic, the way a lake looks shallow until you step in it. He was wearing a plain orange hoodie and dark jeans, and his hair was the particular yellow of something that had always been that color, not dyed, not earned, just made that way. He had 3 empty bowls stacked next to his elbow and was working through a fourth with the concentration of someone who found this genuinely meaningful. He hadn't looked up when they came in. He looked up now. His eyes were blue, not the sharp, aggressive blue of someone trying to make an impression, but the kind of blue that bodies of water are at depth, where light does something complicated and you stop being able to call it just one color. He looked at Dean and Sam the way a person looks at a road they've already driven 100 times. Familiar. Mildly fond. Completely unsurprised. Then he went back to his ramen. Dean leaned across the table toward Sam. "I'm going to talk to him. We don't know if he's connected, bare feet. No vehicle. The only diner in 10 miles. Dean was already standing up. "He's connected." Sam closed his laptop. Dean walked the length of the counter and sat down on the stool one removed from the blonde man, leaving a polite buffer zone, which he fully intended to violate in about 30 seconds. Up close, the man looked exactly the same as he had from across the room, young, relaxed, and completely uninterested in being approached. There were 3 thin marks on each cheek, faded to near invisibility, like old scars that had almost healed. "Morning," Dean said. "Morning," the man said, without looking up. "Cold out." "It is. You'd think a person would wear shoes, weather like this." The man lifted his bowl and drank the last of the broth directly. He set it down, added it to the stack, and then looked at Dean with an expression of patient, almost affectionate exasperation, like a very old teacher looking at a student who keeps getting the answer wrong but at least keeps showing up. "My name is Naruto," he said. "You're going to ask me what I was doing at the clearing off Old Mill Road at approximately 4 this morning, and whether I'm human, and whether you should be afraid of me. So let's skip to the part where I answer those questions and you decide what to do with the answers." Dean stared at him. Sam, who had followed at a reasonable distance and was now standing 2 feet behind Dean's left shoulder, was already reaching for his phone to record this. "Okay," Dean said. "What were you doing at the clearing?" "Following 6 demons who were planning to open a minor rift in the local geomantic field. The rift would have been small, but in 6 weeks it would have drawn something considerably worse." Naruto signaled the waitress for another bowl. "I closed the rift and I removed the demons. The hosts are fine, incidentally. They're all asleep in their cars at various locations within a 2-mile radius. They'll wake up with headaches and no memory of the past 48 hours. You removed 6 demons." "Yes." "How?" Naruto's expression shifted slightly, just at the corners, a small private amusement. "Forcefully," he said. Dean looked back at Sam. Sam had his notebook out and was writing rapidly, which was either a great sign or a terrible one. Dean turned back to the counter. "Are you human?" he said. Naruto considered this the way someone considers a question they find genuinely interesting rather than threatening. "Parts of me started that way," he said. "The rest is more complicated." "Parts of you." "It's been a long time." "How long?" "Longer than this country has existed." He said it the way you'd say longer than this restaurant has been open, factually, without weight, without the dramatic pause that a lesser being might have deployed. "I've been in this continent since before it was called a continent." The waitress appeared, set down a fresh bowl, refilled his coffee, and disappeared again. Naruto picked up his chopsticks. And should we be afraid of you? Dean asked. Naruto looked at him again, and this time the look went a little deeper, past the surface, past the posturing, down into the part of Dean Winchester that was tired and careful and had been in the business of being afraid of things for long enough to be very good at calibrating it. Do you want an honest answer or a reassuring one? Honest. You can't hurt me, Naruto said simply. Nothing in this world can, at this point. So fear in terms of self-preservation isn't really the useful framework. He took a bite of ramen. But I have no interest in hurting you. I've been watching your family for about 15 years. Dean went very still. Not in a weird way, Naruto added. Winchester hunters have a presence in the supernatural community. Things talk about you. Things warn each other about you. Something in his expression softened slightly, genuinely. Your father was a good man. Angry in ways that cost him things, but good. I'm sorry about what happened to him. The silence in the diner had a particular quality. The truckers were still talking near the window. The old woman was still filling in her crossword. The world was exactly as it had been 30 seconds ago. But something in the air between Dean and the blonde man had shifted, turned on its axis, become something that required different handling. Sam stepped forward and sat down on the stool on the other side of Naruto, which was either very brave or very foolish, and he had long since stopped being able to tell the difference. You said you've been on this continent since before it was called a continent, Sam said. That's over 500 years. More like 1,000, on this continent. I was in what you'd now call East Asia before that. And before that, Naruto tilted his head slightly, the way a person does when they're looking at something far away. Somewhere else entirely. Somewhere else, Sam repeated carefully. A different world. He said it the same way he said everything, directly, without embellishment. Not a metaphor. Not a dimension in the sense your lore uses the word. A completely separate world with completely separate physical laws. I was moved here, involuntarily, a very long time ago. I've been here since. Sam wrote something down. Then he looked up. What are you? Naruto was quiet for a moment. Not hesitant, considering. There was a difference. The short version, he said, is that I am a human who became the host of an enormous energy being made of chakra. That's a type of life force, not something you have a word for in this world, and over enough time, the host and the being became something that isn't quite either one. The long version involves a war, a god, a sealing technique that went wrong, and a genuinely unreasonable number of clones. Clones, Dean said. Shadow clones. Yes. It's a whole thing. Can you still do that? Yes. Dean looked at Sam. Sam looked at Dean. Some kind of sibling transmission occurred. Okay, Dean said, and he picked up the coffee the waitress had somehow placed in front of him without him noticing. What's your angle? Why tell us all this? Naruto's chopsticks paused over his bowl. He looked at Dean with something that was very nearly a smile but chose not to commit. Because the thing I stopped last night at that clearing? That was one finger of something much larger. There's a convergence coming, multiple factions, multiple supernatural forces, all orbiting something that they think they can use. He set his chopsticks down and turned on his stool to face both of them fully. And it's me. I'm the thing they think they can use. Something that can kill 6 demons without leaving a mark wants to warn us. Dean said. Something that has been doing this alone for a century wants to stop doing it alone. The words came out flat and honest, no performance in them at all. And you two are the best hunters in the country. Dean looked at his coffee. Sam looked at Naruto. What's the convergence? Sam said. Multiple answers to that question, none of them fun. Naruto picked his chopsticks back up. But first I want to finish my ramen. I haven't had this in about 40 years. They sat in Patty's diner until the breakfast crowd came in and the waitress started giving them meaningful looks. Naruto ate 7 bowls total, left cash that covered everyone's tab plus a tip that made the waitress blink, and walked out into the cold morning air without hesitation, barefoot on the asphalt, breath misting the same as theirs. Dean had brought the Impala around to the front. He sat on the hood, arms crossed, watching Naruto walk out of the diner with the air of a man who has decided to reserve judgment and is finding it effortful. "You got a car?" Dean asked. "No." "Bag? Gear?" Naruto put his hands in the pocket of his hoodie. The morning was clear and cold, the kind of cold that had edges to it. He looked neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, simply present in the way weather is present, without opinion about itself. "I don't need much." "You need shoes," Dean said. Naruto looked down at his bare feet on the frozen asphalt. He looked back up at Dean. There was a beat of silence. "I'll get some," he said. "Great." Dean pushed off the hood. "Get in the car." Sam, who had been watching this exchange with the expression of someone witnessing a particularly unusual species interaction, held the back door open. Naruto looked at the Impala with the first genuinely warm expression he'd shown all morning, a slow, appreciative look that took in the whole car, from the hood ornament to the trunk, with the fondness of someone who understood what a thing like this meant to the person who owned it. "She's beautiful," he said, and he said it to Dean, not to Sam. Dean's expression did something complicated. "Yeah," he said. "She is." Naruto got in the back seat. Sam got in the passenger side. Dean got behind the wheel. The Impala's engine came to life with the deep rumble of a thing that knew what it was, and Dean pulled out of the parking lot onto the empty county road heading west, because west was as good a direction as any when you didn't know yet where you were going. "So," Dean said, eyes on the road. "Fox King." The rearview mirror gave him Naruto's reflection. There was a pause, not of surprise, but of assessment. "You heard that," Naruto said. "One of the demons at the clearing. Before whatever you did to it, it was talking. We were listening from the tree line." Dean met his eyes in the mirror. "It was praying. To you." Naruto was quiet for a moment. Outside, Nebraska rolled past, flat and white and indifferent, fields running all the way to a horizon that was barely distinguishable from the pale sky above it. The sun was finally up, thin and winter cold, doing nothing useful. "The monsters of this world have had a long time to develop language for what I am," Naruto said finally. "Fox King is one of the polite versions." "What are the impolite versions?" Sam asked. "Mostly untranslatable. Old languages. Pre-human, some of them." A pause. "One of the Reapers calls me the Undying Wound, which I think is a bit dramatic." "A Reaper knows about you?" Sam said, notebook appearing from somewhere. "Several. Death's agents tend to notice things that won't die." Naruto leaned back against the seat, casual, unhurried. "I've met a few of them over the years. They're professional about it. No hard feelings on either side." Dean turned onto the highway, and the Impala opened up into a proper road, the engine settling into a highway rhythm. He was quiet for a long time. In Dean Winchester's personal taxonomy of threats, this was going into an entirely new category, not good, not evil, just other, in a way that made the category feel too small. "The demons at the clearing," Dean said. "You said they were planning to open a rift." "A minor one." "Yes. Minor as in it wouldn't have swallowed the county. It would have been more of a slow leak. A weakening in the barrier between here and a particular pocket dimension where something has been sleeping for about 300 years. Naruto watched the field slide past the window. "It's not sleeping anymore. It woke up sometime last year, and it's been putting agents in place ever since. The demons at the clearing were its agents." "What woke it up?" Sam asked. Naruto turned from the window and looked at Sam steadily. I did, he said. My chakra has a signature. It's distinctive, and it doesn't decay. 300 years ago, it apparently disturbed this thing enough that it went dormant to avoid me. When I came back through the region last spring, it picked up the trail again. So this thing, whatever it is, has been hunting you for 300 years. More or less. It's not alone. There are others with varying levels of interest in the Fox King concept. He said those last two words with a dry edge that suggested he found the title more amusing than anything. Hell has had a standing file on me since the 1800s. Heaven became aware of me sometime around the Korean War. Neither of them knows quite what to do about me, which means both of them will eventually try something that I will have to respond to. And you came to us, Dean said, because you want backup. I came to you, Naruto said, because I've been doing this alone long enough. And because, he stopped. Started again. Because you're the kind of people who don't stop. I've watched that. You don't stop, and you don't look away, and you don't leave things unfinished. He looked at the back of Dean's head. I know what that costs. I think you do too. The highway stretched ahead of them, long and flat and honest. Dean didn't say anything for a minute. Then, you eat like that every morning? Every opportunity, Naruto said, and the corner of his mouth curved. It's been 40 years. What happened 40 years ago? Last decent ramen shop closed in the town I was passing through. The owner moved to New York. A beat. I went to New York. He'd already retired. Sam made a sound that was almost a laugh and tried to cover it with his notebook. Dean's expression in the rearview mirror was the particular expression of a man who has decided, against all evidence and better judgment, that this was going to be fine. We need to stop for supplies, he said. And you need shoes. I really don't. You really do. Non-negotiable. Dean, non-negotiable. A brief silence. Fine, Naruto said. The sporting goods store outside of Lincoln was largely empty on a Tuesday morning. Dean bought ammo. Sam bought 3 new reference books from the clearance shelf because Sam was constitutionally unable to enter any store with a book section and leave without reference books. Naruto stood in the shoe section for 4 minutes, staring at the options with the expression of a man confronting a problem that was genuinely beneath his dignity but which he had agreed to solve. He picked up a pair of plain black sneakers, looked at them, put them back. He picked up an orange pair with white accents. He held them for a moment. Seriously? Dean said from behind him. They're comfortable. They're blinding. I like orange. He said it the way you'd say I breathe oxygen, not a preference, a fact of nature. He put them in the basket. On the drive out of Lincoln, Sam had his laptop open and was running searches with the focused energy of a man who had found a new puzzle and was not going to put it down until he'd turned it over completely. Naruto watched this from the back seat with the mildly entertained expression of someone who already knows how the magic trick works but is enjoying watching someone figure it out. 14 unexplained supernatural events in the central U.S. in the past 18 months, Sam said, not really to anyone. All of them involving demonic activity that was either aborted or reversed before it completed. In 7 cases, witnesses report a blonde man. In 3 of those, they report, he stopped. Blue eyes and bare feet, Naruto said. Sam looked back at him. You've been busy. The convergence I mentioned doesn't announce itself. It's been building for 18 months, and the opposition has been placing pieces. A pause. I've been removing pieces. 14 operations, Sam said. Alone. I've told you, I work alone well. I've had practice. Something in the word practice carried enough weight that both brothers registered it without being able to say exactly why. It was the kind of word that had more history inside it than it should. In your world, Sam said carefully. Before you came here, what were you? Dean was watching the road, but his ears had gone the particular still quality they got when he was listening hard and pretending not to. Naruto looked out the window. The outskirts of Lincoln gave way to open road, to the flat certainty of the Midwest winter, to sky that went all the way down to the earth and left no gaps. I was the 7th Hokage, he said, and the title came out strange and formal, like a word in a language that only he spoke now. The leader of my village. A protector. Past tense, Sam said quietly. Very past tense. He leaned his head against the cold glass of the window. The village is gone. The world is gone. Everyone in it is gone. Has been, for longer than this country has been keeping records. A long silence. I have good memories of it. That's what I chose, eventually, good memories instead of the other kind. The Impala's heater hummed. The road ran forward. I'm sorry, Sam said, and he meant it, the way he meant things with his whole chest. Naruto turned from the window and looked at Sam Winchester, and for just a moment the young man's face did something that none of the monsters who called him the Fox King ever got to see. Something unguarded and real and tired, not with today's tiredness but with the specific tiredness of someone who has been carrying something longer than anyone should have to. Then it was gone, replaced by the easier expression, the slight smile, the blue eyes going back to their comfortable depth. It was a good world, Naruto said simply. The best I've found. The Impala drove on. By late afternoon they'd stopped at a motel outside of Kearney, 2 rooms, which Dean booked on a card that technically belonged to an insurance investigator who didn't exist. Naruto paid cash for his own room before Dean could argue about it, dropped a stack of bills on the counter that the motel clerk received with no visible reaction to their crispness and the slight fact that they were sequential and perfectly unfolded, as though they had come from a wallet that had never been opened before. Which, in a manner of speaking, they had. Sam didn't ask. He put it on his mental list of things to ask about later, below how does chakra work and above how many times have you died, which he suspected was a list that was going to get very long and very strange very quickly. In the parking lot, Dean stood next to the Impala and looked at the door to Naruto's room, closed, no light under it yet, the number 7 slightly crooked on its face. You trust him? Sam said. Dean thought about it. He thought about the crime scene and the bare footprints in the snow and the 7 bowls of ramen and the way Naruto had said your father was a good man without any agenda in it, just the flat simple record of someone who had watched and paid attention. He thought about I've been doing this alone for a century and the weight in the word practice and orange sneakers held with something that was almost sentimentality. Not yet, Dean said. But I'm working on it. He's not going to hurt us. I know. How do you know? Dean looked at the closed door. Because if he wanted to, we'd never have seen it coming. He pushed off the car. And he came to a diner and ate ramen and told us his name. He shook his head. Whatever he is, he's not a threat. Not to us. Sam nodded slowly. From inside room 7, if you were standing very close to the door, you might have heard the quiet sound of someone sitting down heavily on a bed, not the sound of exhaustion, but of relief. The very specific, muted relief of someone who has been standing for a long time finally finding somewhere to put their weight. Just for a moment. Then it was quiet again. The Nebraska night came down cold and clear, stars everywhere, the flat land dark and still, and somewhere to the south, 6 people were waking up in their cars with headaches and no memory and the vague sense that something terrible had been very close to them and then, inexplicably, had not. They would drive home and not look back. The thing that had saved them was eating ramen in a diner. The world, as usual, had no idea. Chapter 2, the name the monsters used. The call came in at 2 in the morning. Dean answered it the way he answered all 2 in the morning calls. Phone already in hand before the second ring, voice completely awake, body still horizontal. Years of conditioning. He listened for 45 seconds, said 3 words, and hung up. Then he knocked on Sam's door, and the door to room 7. Sam opened his in 12 seconds, already dressed. The door to room 7 opened in one, which meant Naruto had either been awake or didn't need time to wake up. Dean suspected both were simultaneously true and that there was probably a third option he didn't have the language for yet. Wendigo, Dean said. Blackwood State Forest. 2 hikers missing, 1 dead. The dead one is the weird part. Wendigos don't leave bodies, Sam said. This one did. And the ranger who found it called it in to the supernatural tip line, which means it was weird enough that a civilian reached for the weird phone. Dean was already moving toward the Impala. The ranger's name is Cook. She's holding the scene. Naruto fell into step beside them without a word, hands in the pocket of his orange hoodie, the new sneakers soundless on the gravel. He hadn't changed. Dean wasn't sure he'd slept. He looked the same as he had in the diner, present, unhurried, mildly interested in everything. You know what a Wendigo is? Sam asked him. Algonquian in origin. Spirit of consumption, takes a human host when that host commits an act of cannibalism under extreme conditions. Becomes something substantially worse over time. Naruto paused. I watched the first documented one form, actually. 1742, Northern Quebec. Fur trade winter. Terrible year. He got in the back seat. I didn't interfere. It wasn't my place, then. I was still learning the rules of this world's supernatural ecosystem. Dean started the car. Still learning the rules. This world has a lot of rules. Tell me about it. Blackwood State Forest was 3 hours north and west, through darkness and empty highway, the Impala eating miles with the easy patience of a car that had done this 1,000 times. Sam was on his laptop. Dean was on his third coffee from a gas station cup that deserved better than the gas station it had come from. Naruto sat in the back and looked out the window at the dark country sliding past, and Dean watched him in the rearview mirror sometimes, not suspiciously, just with the kind of attention you give to things you haven't categorized yet. The dead hiker, Dean said. Ranger said the body was, her word was pristine. No marks, no consumption, nothing missing. Just dead. Wendigos don't leave pristine bodies, Sam said, without looking up. They consume. That's the whole thing. Consumption is how they sustain the host. Which means either this isn't a Wendigo, or the Wendigo was interrupted. Or it's scared, Naruto said. Both brothers looked, Dean in the mirror, Sam over his shoulder. Wendigos don't scare, Dean said. Everything scares. Naruto's reflection was calm. Most things are just more afraid of starvation than of whatever's frightening them. When something old and hungry leaves a meal untouched, that's not self-control. That's terror. Silence for a moment, filled by the engine and the dark. What would scare a Wendigo? Sam asked. Naruto turned from the window and looked at Sam steadily. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was the same, level, unhurried, but there was something underneath it that hadn't been there before. Not quite amusement. Something older. Let's find out, he said. Ranger Cook was waiting at the Forest Service road in a truck with its lights off, which either meant she was being careful or she'd been out here long enough that she'd stopped needing light to feel safe. She was mid-40s, compact, with the kind of face that had been weathered into something better than it started as, and she looked at the Impala pulling up with the expression of someone who had called a number she didn't entirely believe in and was now confronting the fact that it worked. Dean got out first. Ranger Cook. I'm Agent Walsh, this is Agent Henley. He gestured at Sam. FBI, she said. I called we work a lot of lines, Dean said smoothly. She looked at Naruto, who had gotten out of the back and was standing at the edge of the road looking into the trees with an expression of focused attention, like a person reading a map that no one else could see. Who's that? She said. Consultant, Sam said. Cook looked at Naruto for another second, and something in her expression shifted, not recognition, not fear exactly, but the primal awareness of a person who has spent enough time in the wilderness to know when something nearby is significantly above her in the food chain. She turned back to Dean and Sam with the practiced efficiency of a woman who had decided to focus on what she could control. "Body's a quarter-mile in," she said. "I've got it flagged. The 2 missing hikers went in yesterday morning, standard trail, no technical terrain, experienced people. One of them had a beacon. It went off at 1400 hours. She was already moving, flashlight on, knowing the path. I found the 3rd member of their party at the trailhead. He'd run back. Barely coherent. He said something in the trees, took the other 2 and then just stopped. Looked at something and ran." "Ran," Dean said. "His word. He said it ran." She paused at a fork in the trail, took the left branch. "Wendigos don't run." "No," Sam agreed. "They don't." The body was a young woman, maybe 30, lying on the trail with her arms at her sides in a posture too neat to be accidental, though not arranged with any ceremony. She looked like she was asleep. No marks. No signs of struggle. The ground around her was undisturbed. Dean crouched over her with his flashlight, checked the obvious things, found nothing. The cold had done the preservation work that cold does, and she looked peaceful in the way that things only look peaceful when they have completely run out of choices. "The Wendigo left her," Sam said quietly. "Laid her down and left. I found her like that," Cook confirmed. "Exactly like that." Dean stood up and looked around the tree line. His flashlight caught tree trunks, shadow, the pale vertical lines of birch, nothing else. "Any sign of the other 2? "Not yet. That's why I called." Cook's voice had the particular flatness of someone holding together by professional habit. "Whatever is out here took 2 people and I am not going in after it with standard equipment. We've got it from here," Dean said. "Can you get back to your truck and stay there?" She looked like she wanted to argue. Then she looked at Naruto, who had moved to the edge of the tree line and was standing there with his hands in his pockets, absolutely still, looking into the darkness with an expression of calm inquiry, like a man checking whether the post office was open. Cook went back to her truck. Sam came up beside Dean. "He's tracking something," Sam said quietly. "Can he do that?" "I don't know what he can't do." Naruto turned from the tree line and looked at them. "The Wendigo is approximately 800 meters northwest," he said. "It has the 2 missing hikers. They're alive. Wendigos keep their food alive as long as possible, as you know." A pause. "There's something else out there too. Something the Wendigo is more afraid of than us. More afraid than the thing that can kill 6 demons simultaneously." Dean said. "The Wendigo doesn't know what I am yet." Naruto tilted his head slightly. "It will, shortly." Dean and Sam exchanged a look that said several things at once. Is he serious? Yes, he's serious. Okay then, how do we play this? And arrived at the wordless agreement that they'd been arriving at for years. Sam checked the flare gun. Dean checked the machete. Standard Wendigo kit, fire worked, decapitation worked, neither was elegant. "Lead the way," Dean told Naruto. They went into the trees. The forest at night had its own logic. The cold made everything sharp and still, sound carrying differently than it did in warm air, footsteps cracking on frozen ground with a clarity that felt like a violation. Sam moved quietly out of long practice. Dean moved quietly out of longer practice. Naruto moved without sound at all, not carefully, not on his toes, just silently, the way water moves silently through a pipe, because that was simply his natural state. They found the camp in a gully, a hollow where a stream ran in warmer months, now frozen, the banks carved into rough walls by years of water. The Wendigo had been using it as a den. There were bones. Old bones, picked clean, sorted with the absent compulsive order that afflicted the very old and very hungry. And there, Tied to separate trees with their own belts and bootlaces, were a man and a woman, alive, unconscious, each showing the particular gray pallor of people in the early stages of the Wendigo's preferred preservation process, which was cold and suspension and something chemical that the creature exuded that the lore books called the lull and which amounted to a light coma. Alive, Sam confirmed, 2 fingers to the woman's neck. Told you, Naruto said. Where's the, Dean started. The Wendigo came out of the dark above them. It was old. Dean could tell that immediately from the size, the complexity of the bone structure that had pushed through the skin over decades of transformation, the way it moved with the fluid wrongness of something that had forgotten it started human a very long time ago. It was fast, and it was big, and it came out of the dark above them like a dropped stone, silent until it wasn't, and it hit the frozen creek bed between Dean and Sam with an impact that should have been the end of something. Dean had the flare gun up. Sam had his machete. Both of them had done this before, knew the rhythm of it, the way you keep moving and keep the fire between you and the thing and wait for the opening. The Wendigo stopped. It stopped the way a car stops when it hits a wall, abrupt, total, no coasting. It had landed 3 feet from Dean, and it was close enough that Dean could see the individual tendons working in its jaw, the way its eyes had the particular flat reflectivity of a predator's, and then, it turned. Slowly. Deliberately. It turned and it looked at Naruto. The Wendigo was 8 feet tall and several centuries old, and it had killed more people than Dean wanted to think about, and it looked at Naruto the way a deer looks at headlights, not frozen by indecision but by something more fundamental. By the recognition of a thing that exists so far above you in the hierarchy that every instinct you have says do not move, do not breathe, do not remind it you are here. Naruto looked back at it. He hadn't moved. He was still standing with his hands in his pockets, head tilted very slightly, the same expression of calm inquiry he'd had at the tree line. He was looking at the Wendigo the way you look at an old acquaintance you're reassessing, trying to remember if you like them. You're old, he said to the Wendigo. 250, maybe 300 years. The Wendigo made a sound. It was not a sound that translated well into anything human, more vibration than voice, more sensation than noise, the kind of sound that the animal parts of the human brain categorize as run before the thinking parts can weigh in. Dean's hand tightened on the flare gun involuntarily. Sam went very still. I know, Naruto said to the Wendigo. I can feel it too. He took his hands out of his pockets. The air around him didn't change, not visibly, not dramatically, but something shifted, the way air shifts before lightning, some charge or pressure that the body registers before the mind does. The thing in the eastern part of this forest. The thing that came close to you last week and made you take these hikers and come here instead. He gestured at the gully, the bones, the sleeping captives. That's what you're afraid of. Not me. The Wendigo's head moved, a fractional turn toward the eastern tree line. Yes, Naruto said. I know. I'm going to go deal with it. But first you're going to leave these 2 alone and you're going to go north, far north, deep wilderness, and you're going to stay there. He paused. You've killed a lot of people. I'm choosing not to make that my problem right now because you have information I need and because this forest has other things in it tonight that are a worse problem. But if I hear about you south of the 62nd parallel again, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The Wendigo looked at him for 3 more seconds, 3 seconds of ancient predator looking at something its every instinct was screaming at it about, and then it turned and went into the trees. Not fast. Not panicked. With the deliberate, careful movement of something exercising every ounce of its self-control, because running would trigger a chase response and it knew, that a chase was something it would not survive. It was gone in 4 seconds. The sound of it faded north. The gully was quiet. Dean lowered the flare gun. He looked at the space where the Wendigo had been. He looked at Naruto. He looked at Sam, who was looking at Naruto with an expression that was somewhere between scientific fascination and the kind of awe that doesn't announce itself. It listened to you, Dean said. They usually do, Naruto said, and moved past them toward the bound hikers. He crouched beside the woman, pressed 2 fingers to the side of her neck below the ear, and she drew a deeper breath and her color began, visibly and immediately, to improve. He did the same for the man. The lull reverses itself when you apply pressure to the vagus nerve. They'll be fully conscious in about 10 minutes. How do you know that? Sam said. I've seen a lot of Wendigo attacks. He stood and looked east. Something in his expression had sharpened. The other thing. The one the Wendigo was afraid of. What is it? Dean asked. Something old. Older than the Wendigo. Naruto's eyes moved across the tree line with the focused look of a man reading text that no one else could see. It has a chakra signature, which means it's either from my world or it's been in contact with something from my world long enough to be contaminated by it. He was very still. There shouldn't be anything in this world with a chakra signature. I've spent 100 years making sure of that. So it followed you here, Sam said. From your world. Something did. Long time ago, or recently, I can't tell yet. He turned to look at them, and his expression was doing the thing it had done in the car, carrying something that wasn't quite readable in normal terms. I need to go east. We'll come, Dean said. The hikers, they'll be fine for 15 minutes. Dean jerked his head at Sam, who was already pulling out his phone to send a text to Ranger Cook. You said backup. This is backup. Naruto looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded, a single, clean nod that meant thank you without using the words, and turned east, and they went after him. The thing in the eastern forest was not large. That was the first surprise. It was sitting in a clearing about the size of a tennis court, at the base of an enormous pine tree, and it looked, at first, with a flashlight, from 30 yards away, like a fox. A large fox, rust-red and white-tipped, sitting perfectly upright with its tails, plural, spread behind it in a fan pattern that caught the light in a way fur shouldn't. 9 tails. Dean counted them twice. Is that, Sam started. Yes, Naruto said, and his voice had done something different. It had gone quiet in a specific way, the way people go quiet when something surprises them at a level below ordinary surprise, when something reaches past the defenses they don't even know they've built and touches something real. The fox looked at him. Its eyes were the specific orange-red of a fire at its hottest point, the color that fire turns just before it becomes something else, and they were intelligent, not animal intelligent, not human intelligent, but the third kind that exists past both. It stood. 9 tails fanned wide. And then it bowed. Not an animal dip of the head, a genuine bow, front legs extending, head low, the posture of profound and deliberate deference. Dean stared at it. Sam stared at it. Then they both looked at Naruto. Naruto walked forward and crouched down at the edge of the clearing, at eye level with the fox. He said something. It was not English, not any language Dean had ever heard, something that sounded like it had been spoken before language got organized into recognizable shapes, something older and simpler and more direct. The fox answered in the same language. They went back and forth 3 times. Then Naruto was quiet for a long moment. He reached out and put one hand on the fox's head, between its ears, gently. When he stood and turned back to them, his expression had been rearranged. He was keeping it level, but Sam could see the seams. It's a kitsune, Sam said. He'd read about them, Japanese fox spirit, shapeshifter, creature of enormous power in the right myths. From your world? From my world. Naruto looked at the fox, who had settled back into its sitting position and was watching all of them with those fire-colored eyes. It was caught in the same event that brought me here. It's been alone in this world, same as I have, for a very long time. A pause. It found me. Tracked the chakra signature. It's been trying to reach me for the past 18 months, moving through the country. He looked at Sam. Those 14 events you found. At least 6 of them were this creature trying to clear its path to me. A kitsune caused 6 supernatural events, Dean said. Trying to get home, Sam said quietly. Or to the closest thing left to home. Dean looked at the fox. The fox looked back at Dean with the frank assessment of a creature that has been alive long enough to find most things mildly interesting and very few things surprising. It blinked once, slowly, in the way that predators blink at things they've decided are not a threat. Dean, to his considerable surprise, found this flattering. "Can it?" he started. The fox stood, and between one breath and the next it was not a fox. It was a woman, late 20s by appearance, which Dean was already calibrating against what that meant in this company: dark hair, 9 tails of impossible fox fur still spreading behind her like a living thing, orange-red eyes unchanged. She looked at Naruto with an expression that held about 6 different kinds of relief at once, and then she looked at Dean and Sam with the cool, direct appraisal of someone who is deciding in real time whether to bother being polite. She said something to Naruto. Naruto responded. She tilted her head at Dean and Sam. "She wants to know if you're trustworthy," Naruto said. "Tell her yes," Dean said. "I did. She said she'll verify that herself." He almost smiled. "She's a good judge of character. Better than me, honestly." "What's her name?" Sam asked. Naruto said something to her. She answered, looking at Sam. "Kurama," Naruto said. "Her name in this form is Kurama." The name hit him like something physical. Sam had read that name in 3 separate books on Japanese mythology since yesterday, had come across it twice in the context of the 9 Tails, the great fox demon of the old myths. He opened his mouth, and Kurama held up one hand, still looking at him, and said something in that pre-language language. "She says she knows what you're thinking," Naruto translated. "She says the myths got some things right and most things wrong, and she'll correct the record when she feels like it." He paused. "And she says your concern for accuracy is unusual and she considers it a point in your favor." Sam looked at Kurama. "Thank you," he said. Kurama looked at him for a moment. Then, with the precision of a person who has learned a word and is choosing to deploy it exactly once, she said, in English, "Welcome." They got the hikers out by midnight. Ranger Cook drove them to the hospital without asking any questions that she didn't want answered. The Winchesters and Naruto and Kurama, who had taken on a more inconspicuous form, foxtails somehow no longer visible, eyes a muted brown that still had fire under it, drove back south on the highway as the night deepened. Kurama sat next to Naruto in the back seat. She was very still, the way old things are still, and she looked out the window at the country passing with an expression that might have been grief and might have been wonder and was probably both. "Okay," Dean said from the front, because silence was something he could only inhabit for so long. "So. The band just got bigger." "She'll need papers," Sam said. "ID, background, I can handle that," Naruto said. "You have contacts?" "I've had 100 years and a very good memory for useful people." He was watching Kurama, not intrusively, just present. The way you watch someone who has been through something and is now processing it. "She'll also need clothes." "There's a Walmart at the next exit," Dean offered. Kurama turned from the window and looked at Dean. She said something. "She says Walmart is fine," Naruto translated. "She spent 60 years as a fox in the wilderness of northern Canada. She has low standards for immediate comfort." 60 years in the wild," Sam said. "Alone?" Naruto said something quiet to Kurama. She answered, brief and flat, and looked back out the window. "Yes," Naruto said. "Alone." The car was quiet for a moment with the weight of that. "Not anymore," Dean said, to nobody in particular, to the highway, to the dark and empty country outside. He meant it as something casual and it came out as something else, something that hung in the air with more gravity than he'd intended. Kurama, without turning from the window, said something in her old language. What did she say? Sam asked. Naruto was quiet for a beat. She said, finally. They were back at the motel by 3 in the morning, Kurama installed in the room adjacent to Naruto's, and the world still had no idea what was gathering in a roadside motel outside Kearney, Nebraska. Sam sat on his bed with his laptop and his notes and the slowly building picture of something so far outside the usual taxonomy that he was going to need a new notebook just for this case. Dean sat on his bed and ate chips and looked at the ceiling. Crowley knows, Dean said. Sam looked up. What? The demon at the clearing. Before whatever Naruto did to it, it was reporting. Sending something somewhere. Dean turned his head. Crowley has a file on the Fox King. He said so. That demon was reporting a sighting. He sat up. Crowley knows Naruto is in the open. He knows he's with us. Sam set the laptop down. We should tell Naruto. Already told him, said a voice from outside, not loud, not through the door, just present, as though the wall were no impediment whatsoever. I've known about Crowley's interest for about 8 years. He's been trying to locate me consistently. The demon at the clearing was the first time one of his people has actually managed it. Dean looked at the wall. Are you listening to everything? I wasn't trying to. I just hear well. How well? A pause. I can hear your heartbeats. Both of them. And Kurama's, in the next room. And the couple arguing in room 12, and the truck driver dreaming in room 4, and a coyote about 2 miles northwest who is extremely pleased with itself about something. Silence. That's unsettling, Dean said. I've been told. Another pause. Crowley will make a move soon. Probably within the week. His approach will be leverage, he won't come at me directly, he'll find something I care about and threaten it. What do you care about? Dean said. The pause this time was different. Longer. More considered. Right now? Naruto said, and his voice through the wall was quiet and completely honest. The 2 people in this room. Sam put his hand over his mouth and looked at the ceiling. Dean picked up another chip, looked at it, put it back in the bag. He laid back down and stared at the ceiling and felt the very specific sensation of the ground shifting under a relationship, the moment when something stops being this person I don't fully trust yet and becomes this person I would probably do something stupid to protect. He had been here before. He recognized the geography. Get some sleep, Dean said, to the wall, to the room, to the blond man on the other side of it who had been alone for a century and had walked into a diner and said his name like it was the beginning of something. No answer from the wall. But somewhere outside, moving through the dark parking lot, the sound of bare feet, the orange sneakers, apparently, were for the shopping trip only, moved once around the perimeter of the motel in a slow, deliberate circuit, checking, verifying, the old protective instinct dressed up in modern clothes, and then stopped, and was quiet, and stayed. It was, Dean thought, the most natural thing in the world. He went to sleep. Chapter 3, What a century tastes like. The storm came in from the west around noon and turned the world outside into a gray nothing, snow moving sideways past the motel windows with the committed energy of weather that had decided it was staying. The highway vanished. The gas station across the road became a suggestion. The parking lot turned white in under an hour, and the Impala became a dark shape under an accumulating blanket that Dean watched from the window with the expression of a man watching someone bleed. She'll be fine, Sam said, without looking up from his laptop. I wasn't looking at the car. You were absolutely looking at the car. Dean turned from the window. The motel room had the particular quality of a space that 4 people have been inhabiting since morning. Sam's research spread across both beds and the desk, empty coffee cups on every flat surface, the map on the wall where Sam had been marking the 14 events with red pins and connecting them with string like a conspiracy theorist who had the receipts. Kurama sat in the corner chair with her legs folded under her, reading a copy of the Encyclopedia of Spirits and Demons that Sam had produced from one of his duffel bags, turning pages with the focused expression of someone correcting a text in their head as they go. Every few pages she made a sound, not quite a word, more of a quiet editorial noise, dismissive or occasionally surprised. Naruto was on the floor. Not sitting against the wall, not leaning on the bed, on the floor, cross-legged, in the center of the room, eyes closed, completely still. He had been there since 10 in the morning. He looked like he was meditating. He probably was. Dean had stepped over him twice going to the bathroom and Naruto hadn't moved either time. "What's he doing exactly?" Dean said, quiet enough that it wasn't directed at Naruto. "Sage mode," Sam said, also quiet. "Or his version of it. He described it to me this morning while you were in the shower. He absorbs natural energy from the environment, integrates it with his own chakra. It extends his sensory range, among other things." Sam looked at the still figure in the center of the room. "He said he does it when he needs to know the shape of the area around him." "What's out there? What's moving?" "He's scanning. Basically." "How far?" "He wasn't specific." "Sam." "He said, considerable distance, and then he said, considerably more than that, and then he sort of smiled and changed the subject." Sam turned a page. "I stopped pushing." Dean looked at Naruto, then at the window, then at the map on the wall. The red pins formed a loose arc across the central United States, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, South Dakota, curving south toward Oklahoma. The string connecting them made a shape that kept trying to be something intentional and not quite getting there. "The arc," Dean said. "What's it pointing at?" "Still working on that." Sam pulled up something on his laptop. "But the timing isn't random. The events accelerate over the 18 months, more frequent, closer together. Whatever's been orchestrating them is on a schedule." Kurama, from her corner, said something without looking up from her book. Sam looked at her. "What did she say?" Naruto opened his eyes. He hadn't appeared to be listening, hadn't appeared to be in the room, in any functional sense. But his eyes opened with the clean immediacy of someone who was never fully absent, and he looked at Kurama, who repeated whatever she'd said with the patient precision of someone who knows they're going to need to translate. "She says the arc isn't pointing at a place," Naruto said. "It's pointing at a time. The events are being arranged to create a convergence at a specific moment, not a specific location." He looked at the map. "The location follows from the time. When's the nearest astronomical event, something significant?" Sam was already typing. "There's a total lunar eclipse in 11 days. Full coverage, visible across the central U.S. The room was quiet for a moment with the particular quality of pieces fitting together in ways that don't feel good. 11 days, Dean said. The arc would complete in, Sam traced the string with his finger, extrapolating the curve. Central Kansas. Somewhere in the Flint Hills. Open country, Dean said. Flat. Nothing for 50 miles in any direction. And no ley lines, Naruto said, standing from the floor in a single smooth motion. Which means whatever this convergence is, it's not drawing on the Earth's existing energy structures. It's building its own. He looked at the map with the focused attention of someone reading a tactical situation. That's harder and slower and requires significantly more preparation. Which explains the 18 months. He reached out and touched one of the red pins, Missouri, the earliest one. This is where it started. Everything since has been construction. Construction of what? Sam said. A gate. Naruto's hand came away from the map. Not a hell gate. Not a heaven gate. Something older, a resonance point, keyed to a specific frequency. He looked at his own hand for a moment, then at them. Keyed to my frequency. Sam set his laptop down. They're building a gate that will only open for you. They're building a cage, Naruto said. With a door that looks like an invitation. The storm pressed against the windows. The heat in the room clicked on and off. Outside, the world was white and featureless and very still. Kurama closed the encyclopedia around 2 o'clock, set it on the side table with the careful deliberateness of someone putting something sharp down, and looked at Sam with her fire-under-brown eyes and said, in English, more words than she'd used yet, carefully selected, slightly accented in a way that had no geographic origin, "Your book is wrong about Kitsune." Sam straightened immediately. How wrong? Most things. She tilted her head. We do not steal livers. The liver thing is in a lot of sources. The sources are wrong. She paused, considering her English. We take memories. Not livers. Someone confused the two, long ago. A very slight expression that might have been dry amusement on a less guarded face. They are not similar. What kind of memories? Sam said, notebook already out. Old ones. Heavy ones. The kind humans carry and cannot put down. She looked at the book. We take them if asked. Sometimes if not asked, if the weight is bad enough. Her eyes moved to Naruto, briefly, and away. It is a kindness. Usually. You've done it. Many times. Did you do it too? Sam stopped. Kurama looked at him. No, she said. He would not let me. She said this without judgment, just the flat record of fact. He carries everything. A pause. It is his way. Sam wrote something down. Dean, from the other bed where he had been pretending to read a car magazine for the past hour, said, "Can you put memories back?" Kurama looked at him with the full weight of her attention, which was a considerable thing, like being looked at by a lighthouse. Yes, she said. Do you? Sometimes. She was very still. It depends on what was taken. And why? Do you regret it? Taking them? The question landed differently than Dean had intended it to, not aggressive, just curious, the blunt curiosity of a man who asks things directly because he doesn't have the patience for the long way around. Kurama regarded him for a moment with an expression that was doing several things at once. No, she said. I regret the need for it. She stood from the chair with the fluid, weightless ease of someone for whom gravity has always been optional. I will make tea. You have nothing useful in this room, but there is a machine in the lobby. She went out. The door closed. Dean looked at Sam. She's terrifying, he said, with something that was almost admiration. She's 9,000 years old, Sam said. Allegedly. Allegedly? She won't confirm the number. She just looks at me when I ask. Yeah, Dean said. Terrifying. Naruto had moved to the window while this was happening, standing with his arms folded, watching the parking lot through the gap in the curtain. The snow had eased slightly, not stopped, but negotiated itself down to a reasonable fall, the kind that was aesthetic rather than hostile. He was doing the thing he did when he was processing something, very still on the outside, the particular stillness of something that moves a great deal on the inside. You want to ask me something, he said, without turning from the window. Dean didn't bother pretending he wasn't the one being addressed. Several things. Pick one. Dean thought about it, not performing the thought, actually doing it, because the man at the window deserved actual consideration. The convergence. The gate cage. Someone's been building it for 18 months, needs your specific frequency to open it. He paused. Who in this world even knows your frequency? Naruto turned from the window. That's the right question, he said, with a quality in his voice that meant he was genuinely pleased someone had gotten there. In this world, 3 entities that I know of. Death's Reapers, who have been cataloging my signature for decades. Crowley, who has second-hand information from demonic intelligence networks but not the direct signature. And whatever came through from my world in the same event that brought me here. But the convergence is being built by something that knows your frequency precisely, Sam said. Not approximately. Yes. So it's the third one. Something from your world. Or something that has had direct contact with something from my world. Naruto's expression was controlled but not entirely. There was something moving under it, not fear, nothing that straightforward, more like the feeling of a wound that has been closed for a long time and is beginning, slowly, to be touched. I've been in this world for over 1,000 years. In that time I've met two things that carried traces of chakra. One was a residual energy impression in a rock formation in what is now Japan, almost certainly from the impact event that brought me here. The other was, he stopped. Sam waited. A man, Naruto said. About 300 years ago, in what was then the French territory of Louisiana. He had chakra, real chakra, not a residual trace, small amounts, inconsistent, like someone who had received a tiny fraction through contact rather than training. He didn't know what it was. He thought it was something he'd been born with. A pause. He died before I could learn more. Fever. 1724, but if he could pass it on, Sam said, through contact, then there could be a lineage. 300 years of something carrying a trace of your frequency, passing it down, mutating it, getting stronger, Dean said. If it's been compounding. Or being deliberately cultivated, Naruto said. If someone knew what they were doing. The room held that thought for a moment. The storm outside had settled into a steady, committed snowfall, and the light through the curtains was the flat, directionless white of a world that had lost its shadows. Someone has been farming your energy, Dean said. For 300 years. Naruto looked at him. Yes, he said. That's exactly what I think. Kurama came back with 4 cups of tea on a tray she'd borrowed from the lobby, the tea bags still steeping, and she distributed them with the brisk efficiency of someone performing a domestic task they find beneath them but are choosing to do anyway. She handed Naruto his last, and when he took it she said something brief in their language, and he answered, and she sat back down in her corner chair with her own cup and went back to the encyclopedia and her quiet editorial sounds. What did she say? Sam asked. Naruto looked at his tea. She said I should tell you more. More what? More everything. He sat on the floor again, not cross-legged this time, back against the bed, legs extended, holding the cup with both hands in the way people hold warm things when the outside is cold. She thinks, she's always thought, that keeping things in is a structural weakness. That if the people around you don't know the shape of what you're carrying, they can't help you carry it. Smart, Sam said. She's been saying it for about 5,000 years, in her accounting. He looked at the tea. I've been saying she's right for about the same amount of time without actually changing anything. Classic, Dean said. Naruto looked up at him. Dean shrugged. I do the same thing. I know, Naruto said. I told you, I've watched your family for 15 years. He said it without agenda, just the record of a person who pays attention. You're better at it than you think. At letting people in. You just don't believe that yet. Dean looked at his tea and said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. Tell us more, Sam said. Not pressing, not academic, just asking. Person to person. About your world. About what happened. Naruto was quiet for a moment. Outside, the snow fell. There was a war, he said eventually. The fourth and last great war of my world. Every nation, every village, every fighter, all of it, aimed at one thing. A man named Madara, and the god he'd made himself into. He turned the cup in his hands. We won. That's the short version. We won because everyone I'd ever known fought harder than they should have been able to, and because my partner, the closest person I had to a brother, and I were able to combine our power in a way that nothing in the world could stand against. And then? Sam said. And then the sealing. We were containing the 10 tails, the source of all chakra, effectively a god in its own right. We were sealing it back into the moon, where it had been imprisoned before. The technique worked. It worked completely. He stopped. But the feedback, the recoil from absorbing that much energy and then releasing it in a directed sealing, it didn't kill me. It couldn't, at that point. Instead he made a gesture with his free hand, opening and then spreading, like something released. Moved me. Somewhere else. And your partner, Sam said. Was he was fine, Naruto said. He was fine, and everyone was fine, and I know that because, a long pause. Because I looked back. Just before the displacement completed. For a fraction of a second I could see the battlefield. The war was over. The sky was clearing. People were standing up. He looked at the window. They were cheering. The room was very quiet. They just didn't know I was gone, Dean said. Not yet. Did they figure it out? Eventually. They must have. He looked at his tea again. I told myself, for a long time, that they thought I died in the sealing. That they gave me a proper ending. A funeral, maybe. Something with ramen, hopefully. The corner of his mouth moved. Knowing them, yes. There would have been ramen. Sam had his notebook but he wasn't writing in it. He was just holding it. Who was the partner, he asked. Naruto looked at him, and the look went somewhere deep and complex and full of something that the English language had about 12 inadequate words for. His name was Sasuke, he said. He stopped. Started again. He was the hardest person I've ever known and the most worth knowing. A pause. My best friend. My rival. The person I would have spent my whole life arguing with, probably. Something in his expression did a quiet, private thing, like a door opening on a room that was mostly kept closed. He had a chance once to take a power that would have destroyed him. I stood in front of him and told him he'd have to go through me first. A beat. He did not. He turned back, Sam said. He turned back. Naruto drank his tea. He always turned back. That was Sasuke. He'd go as far as the edge and then he'd find a reason to come back. Usually me. He looked at the window. I wonder sometimes if he went looking for me. After. I think he probably did. A pause. I think he probably looked for a very long time. The snow outside was the only sound for a moment. I'm sorry, Sam said, for the second time in 2 days, and meant it the same way both times. Naruto looked at him. The look had the quality of something received rather than deflected, actually taken in, actually felt. He nodded once. It was a long time ago, he said. Doesn't make it shorter, Dean said. Naruto looked at Dean, and the expression he wore for that moment was not the easy warmth or the quiet amusement or the focused competence, it was something rawer than all of those, and more real, and it lasted exactly as long as it needed to before he closed it up again, gently, and came back to the room. No, he agreed. It doesn't. Kurama, from her corner, said something. She said it quietly and she said it to Naruto and she was not looking up from her book when she said it. Naruto answered. She responded. A brief exchange, 3 or 4 sentences, something in it that had the specific weight of 2 people who have known each other for a very long time and are saying something important by not saying it directly. What was that? Dean asked. She said she found him once, Naruto said. 700 years ago. An old man in what is now Japan, a fishing village on the coast. He had blue eyes. He looked at his empty cup. She thinks it was a descendant. Very distant, the chakra was almost gone, just a warmth in the blood. Nothing more. A descendant of your friend, Sam said. Of Sasuke's line. Carried forward. Naruto set the cup down on the floor beside him. She didn't tell me for 700 years. Sam looked at Kurama. Kurama turned a page. Why? Sam said. Naruto looked at him. Because she knew I would go looking, he said. And she knew that finding a great to the 30th power grandchild and not finding the man himself would, he chose the word carefully. Not help. She was protecting you, Dean said. Yes. And she's telling you now. Yes. Why now? Kurama looked up from the book at Dean, and she spoke to him directly, in English, and her voice was level and clear and very certain. Because now there are others to go looking with him, she said. He does not need protecting from the looking anymore. He needs, she paused, finding the word. Company. For it. Dean held her gaze. Kurama held his. The lighthouse quality of her attention was fully present, and underneath it was something that was not soft. Nothing about Kurama was soft, but was warm, in the way that a forge is warm. Useful heat. Working heat. Okay, Dean said. Kurama looked back down at her book. By evening the storm had committed fully and wasn't going anywhere, and Sam had ordered pizza through the motel's lobby phone with the resigned determination of a man who has accepted that this is his life. Naruto ate 4 slices in the time it took Dean to eat 2, and then looked at the box as though it had personally disappointed him. It's not bad, he said. High praise, Dean said. Compared to what? To whatever you've been eating for 1,000 years. Naruto considered this. The food in this world is genuinely good, he said. It took me a long time to appreciate it. My world had specific things that don't exist here, and for the first couple of centuries I kept expecting to find them. But eventually, he picked up a 3rd slice. Eventually you stop expecting and start actually tasting what's in front of you. That's either a metaphor or very hungry, Dean said. Both, Naruto said. Sam, who had been quiet for the past 20 minutes in the way he got quiet when something was assembling itself in his head, looked up from his laptop. I need to ask about the man in Louisiana, he said. 1724, the one with the chakra trace. Naruto looked at him. What about him? You said he didn't know what it was. He thought he'd been born with it. Sam turned the laptop so Naruto could see the screen. I've been cross-referencing the timeline of supernatural events in the American South, going back to the earliest colonial records. There are incidents, unusual ones, things that don't match any standard supernatural taxonomy, that cluster in specific bloodlines. Families that recur in records over and over, always near the strange events. He pointed at the screen. One of those bloodlines goes back to Louisiana. 1720s. Naruto looked at the screen. He looked for a long time. The Delacroix family, Sam said. They appear in every major supernatural event cluster in the American South for the past 300 years. And in the past decade, he scrolled. The last recorded Delacroix is a woman. Early 30s. She dropped off all public records about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Naruto said. Around when the convergence construction started. Yes. Kurama had put down her book. She's the architect, Dean said. The one building the cage. Possibly, Sam said. Or she's the key. Someone could be using her, using the bloodline's connection to Naruto's frequency as the tuning mechanism. She might not even know, she knows, Naruto said. His voice was flat. Not angry, something more controlled than anger, the specific flatness of someone who has just added a piece of information to a calculation and doesn't like the result but trusts the math. Someone with that bloodline, over 300 years, they'd feel it. The resonance. They'd dream about it. And eventually someone, somewhere in that line, would have started asking what it was and where it came from. He stood up. Went to the window. If she's been working on the convergence for 2 years, she's been asking for longer than that. And someone gave her answers. He looked out at the dark and the snow. The question is who? Crowley, Dean said. Possibly. Crowley would love a weapon keyed to my frequency. Naruto's reflection in the dark window was steady and deliberate. But Crowley is a dealmaker. He'd have come to me first. This is more patient than Crowley. Heaven? Sam said. Heaven doesn't build cages. They build cages labeled as sanctuaries, but even that level of subtlety would require a consistent angelic attention span that I have not observed them to possess. A pause. This is something else. Something I haven't identified yet. Something from your world, Dean said. Something that knows my world, Naruto said. Which may be a different thing. He stood at the window for another moment, and outside the snow fell on the parking lot and on the dark highway and on the flat Nebraska country in all directions, covering everything equally, and the Impala under its white blanket sat in the parking lot like a promise that was still being kept. 11 days, Sam said quietly. 10 now, Naruto said. Late that night, past midnight, the motel quiet, the storm finally tapering to something exhausted and sparse, Dean found himself in the parking lot. Not for any reason he could have articulated. He'd woken up and the room had felt close, and he'd put on his jacket and come outside, and the cold had been real and clean and necessary. He was standing by the Impala, brushing snow off the hood with his sleeve, when the crunch of footsteps came up behind him. He didn't reach for a weapon. He knew the sound. Naruto came and stood next to him, and they both looked at the car, and neither of them said anything for a minute. You miss it, Naruto said eventually. Not a question. What? Normal. He leaned against the car next to Dean, looking out at the empty road. The version of the job where you didn't have to recalibrate everything you thought you knew about the scale of things. Dean was quiet for a moment. Yeah, he said. Sometimes. I know that feeling. I bet you do. The road was empty and wet and the night was clear now, the storm finished, stars coming through in the places where the clouds had pulled back. Nebraska at night, with no one on it, had the particular quality of a place that knew it was large and was at peace with this. Can I ask you something? Dean said. You're going to anyway. The Wendigo. In the forest. It was afraid of you. Yes. But the demons at the clearing, they weren't afraid. They were praying. Naruto looked at the sky. Yes. That's 2 different things. It is. He was quiet for a moment. The Wendigo is a predator. Predators understand hierarchy instinctively. It recognized something above it and responded accordingly. He looked out at the road. The demons are something else. Demons started as humans. They remember wanting things. And what they want, he paused. The oldest demons, the ones who've been in this long enough, they want power they can borrow. Strength they can stand next to. They've felt everything in this world, and most of it doesn't move them anymore. But when they feel me, he looked at his hands. It's like feeling something from before this world existed. They don't know what it is. But they know it's real in a way that most things aren't. His hands closed. And things that have been hollow for a long time will pray to anything that feels real. Dean looked at him. Naruto looked back, and his face in the dark was the face of someone who was not young and had never, strictly speaking, been young in the way that youth usually works, but who had somehow kept something intact that most old things lose, some quality of genuine interest in the world, some warmth that time hadn't managed to reach. You're not afraid of any of it, Dean said. The demons, the Wendigo, the convergence, Crowley, no. Not performing. Actually not afraid. No. What does that feel like? Naruto thought about it. Free, he said. Mostly. He looked at the sky. Lonely, sometimes. Fear is a kind of company. It tells you that things matter. When nothing can threaten you, he shrugged. You have to find other reasons for things to matter. Did you find them? He looked at Dean sideways, and the slight smile was back, private, real, the one that didn't announce itself. Working on it, he said. Dean looked at the Impala. He looked at the stars. He thought about his brother asleep inside and Karama in the room beside him and this man leaning on his car who had been carrying a dead world in his chest for longer than this country had been a country, and he thought about the cage being built in central Kansas and the woman with 300 years of resonance in her blood, and he thought, 10 days, and felt the old familiar thing, the thing that had no name but lived in the chest and made a person keep going when the reasonable response was to stop. You ate 7 bowls of ramen, Dean said. I did. In a diner in Nebraska. Also true. And now there are 4 of us and 10 days and something building in Kansas. He pushed off the car. That's not nothing. No, Naruto agreed. It's really not. Dean went back inside. The door closed behind him. Naruto stayed in the parking lot for a little while longer, looking at the stars, not Nebraska's stars, exactly, but the same stars that had been there 1,000 years ago and would be there 1,000 years from now, the ones that had watched the war end and the sky clear and the people cheer, and had been watching ever since, patient and enormous and faithfully present. He put his hands in his pockets. The orange sneakers were going to need replacing soon. He'd worn them for 3 days and they already looked like they'd been through something. He went inside. The world held still around the motel, and the night finished its business, and the morning was coming, sharp-edged and clear and cold and 10 days close to something neither yet understood. It was, Naruto thought, before the door closed behind him, a very good time to not be alone. Chapter 4, The Fox Runs. They were 3 hours outside of Wichita when the first demon hit the car. Not metaphorically. It hit the car, came out of the sky at highway speed and struck the Impala's roof with an impact that buckled the metal inward 1.5 inches and sent the vehicle fishtailing across 2 lanes before Dean got it back, both hands white-knuckle tight, jaw set, the particular expression of a man whose car has just been assaulted and who is going to have feelings about this later when he has time. What was that? Sam said, already turned around. Demon, Naruto said. He was looking up through the dented roof with an expression of mild irritation, the way a person looks when it starts raining and they're not carrying an umbrella. 6 more incoming. 2 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 4 directly above. There are no demons that can fly, Sam said. There are now, apparently. Naruto looked at the road ahead and then at Dean. Pull over. I'm not pulling over with 6, pull over, Dean. Something in the way he said it, not louder, not more urgent, just more certain, the way a load-bearing wall is certain, made Dean pull over. The Impala crunched onto the gravel shoulder and stopped, and in the 3 seconds between stopping and the next impact, Naruto was already out of the car. He stepped onto the highway shoulder and looked up. There were 7 of them, not flying like birds, more like falling with direction, dark shapes against the gray Kansas afternoon sky, descending fast and coordinated. They hit the ground around the Impala in a rough circle, and where they landed the earth cracked and the gravel scattered, and the humans they were wearing stood up wearing the black eyes and the particular physical wrongness of heavy demonic possession, bodies used harder than bodies were meant to be used, joints moving with too much range, heads tracking with the precise mechanical quality of something operating meat it doesn't fully respect. One of them was wearing a man in a suit. The suit was expensive. The demon inside it moved with the particular confidence of something that has been important for a long time and knows it. Fox King, it said. It had an accent, not regional American, something older, Mediterranean maybe, worn smooth by time. Crowley sends his regards. Tell him I'm busy, Naruto said. He was standing between the demons and the Impala, hands in his pockets, and he looked, not relaxed, exactly, but settled, the way a mountain looks settled. Not performing calm. Actually in it. The wind came off the flat Kansas plain and moved his hair and did not move anything else about him. The suited demon smiled. The king of hell would very much like a conversation. He has my number. He'd prefer a face-to-face. He'd prefer a lot of things. Naruto tilted his head slightly, looking at the 7 of them the way a chess player looks at a board he already knows how to resolve. These aren't your best people. These are a greeting card. He looked at the suited demon. The real team is coming from the east. I'd say, he looked east, down the highway, at nothing visible. 4 minutes. The suited demon's smile didn't waver, but something behind it recalibrated. It hadn't expected him to know that. The real team, it said, is substantially more than 7. I know. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets. Dean, get back in the car. Dean, who had gotten out with Ruby's knife, stopped. Like hell. I need you clear of the radius. He looked at Dean over his shoulder, and his eyes had changed, not dramatically, not anything Hollywood, just a shift in the quality of the light in them, the blue going brighter and cleaner and more absolute, like a sky immediately after a storm has passed through. I'm not going to do this carefully. I need you both clear. Naruto, Dean. A beat. Dean looked at him. He looked at the 7 demons in their ruined circle, and then at the road east where nothing was visible yet but which he trusted was exactly as full as Naruto said, and he made the calculation the same way he always made it, not from fear but from tactics. He got back in the car. Sam already had his laptop open. I'm running the frequency on the exorcism audio file, maybe if I broadcast it at volume, that won't work on these, Naruto said, from outside. These have been modified. The standard demonic binding language doesn't reach them anymore. A pause. I'll explain later. Right now, watch. He said it the way a person says watch when they're about to show someone something they've been doing alone for a very long time and have forgotten, entirely, to show off. The suited demon made a gesture. All 7 came forward simultaneously. Naruto moved. The thing about watching Naruto move, and Dean was watching, both hands on the steering wheel, knuckles still white, and Sam was watching over the back of his seat, laptop forgotten, was that it didn't look like fighting. It looked like something older than fighting, something that preceded the concept. Fighting implied 2 parties engaged in mutual opposition. This was more like weather. Like watching a river decide what to do with rocks in its path. He went through the first 3 demons in 4 seconds. Not punching, not grappling, touching, precisely, 2 fingers to the sternum of each one, and the demons came out like smoke pulled from a drain, black and shrieking, and the hosts dropped and the demons dispersed before they hit the ground, not exorcised, gone, unmade, the way a fire goes out when you take away the fuel. The 4th demon tried to flank him. He turned 45 degrees and the demon stopped, 10 feet away, held in place by nothing visible, just stopped, straining against air, the host's body shaking with the effort of the thing inside trying to push through something it couldn't see or name. Do you want to leave? Naruto said to this demon, conversationally, the way you offer someone a second cup of coffee, or do you want to stay? The demon shrieked something in its old language. Staying, then, Naruto said, and closed his hand, and the demon was gone. The last 2 broke. They didn't flee toward the tree line or down the road, they fled up, launching their hosts into the air in the demonic flight that had cracked the Impala's roof, going fast and vertical and getting out of there with the comprehensive commitment of things that have just understood something about their situation that they did not understand before. Naruto watched them go. He looked east. Here they come, he said. From the east, the reinforcements arrived, and they were not subtle about it. A convoy, 3 trucks and a van, all black, driving fast in the breakdown lane, the kind of vehicles that implied coordination and resources and someone in a back room who had spent a long time planning this. They stopped 40 yards down the road and the doors opened and the things that came out were not just demons. There were 12 demons. There were also 2 Leviathan, not the full black oil manifestation, something more contained, something wearing skin with the particular wrongness of a suit that doesn't fit and never will, mouths too wide, eyes doing something complicated in the light. And there was 1 angel. Sam saw the angel and said, quietly, "Oh no. It wasn't Castiel. It was someone else, taller, the vessel carrying a particular rigidity that Castiel's never quite had, the kind of angel that made the word soldier feel correct. It walked forward from the convoy with the flat certainty of a thing that has not doubted itself in several thousand years. Fox King, it said, and its voice had the resonance that angel voices always had, the 2 frequencies quality, the undertone that existed below human hearing. You are a disruption in the order. Heaven has assessed, I know what heaven has assessed, Naruto said. He was looking at all of them, demons, leviathans, the angel, with the same level attention, categorizing, prioritizing, doing math. It's in a file somewhere. I've had people try to show me that file before. He looked at the angel specifically. Are you here to fight or to talk? Heaven does not negotiate with, fight it is, Naruto said, and moved. Inside the Impala, Dean started the engine. Not to run, to have options. Sam had his window down, his angel blade out for all the good it would do, and both of them were watching with the focused intensity of people trying to understand something that was happening faster than understanding usually allows. Naruto hit the 12 demons first because they were the largest number and the most immediately mobile. He didn't go through them one by one, he went through the middle of them, and where he passed, the demons in adjacent bodies came out without being touched, pulled by some proximity effect, some field around him that the demonic presence in a body couldn't survive. 6 of them were gone before the other 6 had finished registering what was happening. The Leviathans were different. They didn't respond to proximity the way demons did, they absorbed pressure and redirected it, and when Naruto hit the first one, it staggered but came back, the wide mouth opening in something that wasn't a smile, black filling in the whites of its eyes. Interesting, it said. You're the real thing. So are you, Naruto said, and he sounded genuinely interested, the way he'd sounded in the diner assessing the ramen. You're older than most Leviathan I've seen. You were in purgatory a long time. Long enough to hear the stories, the Leviathan said. Long enough to know what you're worth. To who? The Leviathan smiled with all of its teeth. Everyone, it said, and lunged. What Naruto did to the Leviathan was different from what he'd done to the demons. With the demons it had been clean, almost surgical. With the Leviathan it was heavier. He caught it, both hands, and the air around them distorted visibly, a shimmer like heat but vertical, going up rather than spreading out. The Leviathan made a sound that had no human word for it, and the form it was wearing began to come apart at the molecular level, not violently, just undone, like a knot someone with patient fingers was simply untying. The second Leviathan stopped moving and stared. Go back to purgatory, Naruto said to it. The second Leviathan looked at the place where the first one had been. It looked at Naruto. It took one step back, and then another, and then it went back to one of the trucks and drove away, and the remaining demons scattered after it, running for the tree line, flying for the sky, doing whatever they could to put distance between themselves and this thing on the highway shoulder. That left the angel. The angel had not moved during any of this. It had watched with the fixed, recording attention of something gathering intelligence. Now it stepped forward, its vessel moving with the smooth unnatural grace that angels used when they stopped bothering to perform human body language. You're not what the file says, the angel said. What does the file say? Power signature consistent with a Nephilim. Or a human-divine hybrid. The angel's eyes were doing the light thing, the subtle glow of grace operating behind them. But you're not either of those. No. You're something outside the created order. I'm something from outside this world's created order, Naruto said. Different thing. The angel considered this. The disruption you cause in the natural law is problematic for heaven's accounting. I know. You don't fit in any category. I know that too. What are you? Naruto looked at the angel with the patient look he used on questions that deserve genuine answers. I'm a man who became something more than a man a long time ago, in a world you don't have records of, and who has been in your world for about 1,000 years, and who has spent that time doing what he was trained to do, protecting people. He paused. I'm not your enemy. I'm not a disruption that needs resolving. I'm just here. The angel was quiet. Behind it, the trucks that hadn't fled sat empty on the highway shoulder, doors open, the road quiet and flat and very ordinary in the gray Kansas afternoon. Heaven will want a formal assessment, the angel said. Heaven can make an appointment, Naruto said. The angel looked at him for 3 more seconds. Then it left, not dramatically, not in a column of light, just went, the vessel dropping and Naruto catching it before it could fall, one hand under the arm of an unconscious man in his 40s who would wake up confused and alive. Dean got out of the car. He walked up to Naruto, who was lowering the man gently to the ground, and he stood there for a moment looking at the cleared highway and the dispersed army and the 2 leviathan-shaped outlines in the gravel that didn't mean anything to the laws of physics but meant something to his sense of scale. Radius, he said. What? You said you needed us clear of the radius. Dean looked at him. How big was the radius? Naruto stood up from the unconscious man and considered this. Anything within about 30 feet would have been uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. The chakra output would have affected the nervous system at close range. Not fatally. But, uncomfortable, Dean said again, with a different weight. Yes. Dean looked at the Impala. At the dent in the roof that was going to cost him several hours and every swear word he knew. He looked at the flat Kansas road, at the sky, at the man unconscious on the gravel who was going to wake up fine. He looked at Naruto standing in the middle of all of it, hands back in his pockets, orange sneakers on the gray gravel, hair slightly out of place from the fight, looking for all the world like someone who had just handled something mildly inconvenient. Crowley sent what, 30 operatives? Dean said. Demons, leviathans, an angel, the angel wasn't Crowley's. That was independent. Naruto looked down the empty road. Crowley sent the demons and the leviathans. The angel came because the angel felt the energy output when I dealt with the greeting card 7. A pause. I expected that. You expected a coordinated supernatural strike on a Kansas highway. I expected Crowley to move soon. I said so. Yeah, you did. Dean rubbed the back of his neck. You also got my car dented. Naruto looked at the Impala. He looked at the dent. He walked to it, put one hand on the buckled metal, and did something, not dramatic, not visible exactly, more of a sustained and concentrated intention, and the metal moved. It moved slowly and then all at once, pushing back to its original shape with the sound of a complaint and then a resolution, like a sigh from inside the roof. Dean stared at it. That's the most useful thing I've ever seen, he said. I have my moments, Naruto said. Sam had gotten out of the car and was standing at the rear, and he was not looking at the dent or at the dispersed army. He was looking east, past the empty trucks, past the highway, at the flat Kansas country stretching away under the gray sky, and his expression was the one he got when he was looking at something nobody else could see yet. The convergence, he said. Crowley isn't building the cage. He was trying to get to you first, trying to get there before the cage is ready. He turned. He knows what's coming. He wants you under his control before the convergence happens, because once it happens, you're out of reach. Or someone else has leverage, Naruto said. Who's building the convergence? Dean said. Not Crowley. Not heaven. Not Leviathans, the Delacroix woman, Sam said. She's working for someone, Dean said. Someone with 300 years of patience. Naruto was looking east. Not at the highway, not at the trucks, somewhere further, the way he looked when he was using something other than his eyes. The quality of his attention was different, fully deployed, all the way out, touching something distant. "She's in the Flint Hills already," he said. "She's been there for a month." He was still looking east. "And she's not alone. There's something with her. Something with a chakra signature." His jaw tightened, barely perceptible. "Not residual. Active. Active chakra," Sam said. "In this world?" "Yes." He looked at them. For the first time since the diner, for the first time since the forest and the Wendigo and the storm and the conversation about Sasuke, something had shifted in his expression. Not fear, nothing approaching fear, but something alert in a way that hadn't been alert before. The sharpening of a person who has just encountered something unexpected in a situation they thought they understood. Something came through. Recently. "I don't know when, I don't know how, but something from my world is in the Flint Hills." He looked down at his hands. "And it knows exactly where I am." The wind came through off the Kansas plain and the highway was empty in both directions and the gray sky pressed down on everything equally. They drove into Wichita because they needed supplies, because Sam needed Wi-Fi that wasn't a motel, and because Naruto ate in direct proportion to how much energy he'd spent, and the highway fight had apparently cost enough that he cleaned out the first drive-thru they found and was eyeing the second. "How does that work?" Dean said, watching Naruto finish a large order of fries with the focused efficiency of a man on a deadline. "The eating. You burn chakra, you need food. Chakra is life energy, it's built from physical and spiritual components. Physical component needs fuel." He looked at the paper bag. "The Nine Tails helps regenerate the spiritual side automatically. The physical side needs calories." A pause. "A significant fight needs significant calories." "How significant?" This was moderate. "Maybe 6,000 calories to restore baseline." Dean stared. 6,000. Moderate fight. What's a serious fight? Naruto considered. "I haven't had one in this world." He looked out the window at Wichita going past, the ordinary afternoon city, cars and stoplights and people with their ordinary lives moving through them. "In my world, the serious fights involved regenerating from being," he paused, choosing words. "Substantially reduced." "Reduced," Sam said carefully. "There were battles where I was destroyed down to very little. And came back from it." He said this in the same tone a person might describe a difficult commute. "The Nine Tails would restore me. It took time and it took fuel. Kurama would find food somehow, or I'd be near a water source with fish, or," he shrugged. "You find ways." "Kurama," Dean said. "The Nine Tails." "Yes. The fox who is currently sitting in a motel outside Kearney reading our entire library of supernatural lore. She reads fast." "How fast?" "She's probably finished by now." He looked at his phone. Typed something. Got a response almost immediately. "She's finished. She says 60% of it is wrong, 30% is partially correct, and the remaining 10% is accurate enough to be useful." He looked up. "She's started categorizing which is which and cross-referencing with her own memory. She's writing us a better lore book," Sam said, with the specific wonder of a researcher encountering a primary source. "She's been alive for 9,000 years and she has perfect memory," Naruto said. "Yes. She's writing you a better lore book." He almost smiled. "She'll probably also correct the grammar." "I love her," Sam said. Dean took a hard right into a parking lot. "We need a plan," he said. "Not a reaction plan, a real one. Because today was Crowley testing the defenses, and the angel wasn't far behind, and he looked at Sam. 9 days we have a convergence in central Kansas with something from Naruto's world and a woman who's been building a cage for 2 years. He put the car in park. So. Plan. Naruto was quiet for a moment. Not thinking, the thinking had already happened, Dean could tell, the way he could tell when Sam was there before he said it. This was the pause before clarity, the breath before the statement. 3 things, Naruto said. First, Crowley. He'll try again. Next time with more, and more targeted. We need to meet him before he moves, on our terms. You want to walk into Crowley's house, Dean said. I want to have a conversation with Crowley before he forces one. There's a difference. He'll try to trap you. He'll try. A pause that was not quite a smile. He'll fail. But the attempt will tell us what he knows about the convergence, and what he knows about what's in the Flint Hills, and those are 2 things we need. 2, Sam said. The Delacroix woman. I need to understand what she was told and who told her. She's 300 years of my resonance walking around in a human body. If she's been weaponized, she's also the closest thing I have to information about how the convergence works from the inside. He looked at Sam. Can you find her? I've been working on it since Nebraska, Sam said. 3, Dean said. 3 is what's with her in the Flint Hills. Naruto looked out the window at the parking lot, at the ordinary Wichita afternoon. I need to go there and I need to go alone. No, Dean said. Dean, no. That's a trap and you just told us it's a trap. It's a trap designed for me specifically. Which means if you're there, you're a liability, or we're backup. There's nothing there that you can fight. The chakra signature I felt, then let us be backup against everything else, Sam said. The convergence has multiple players. You deal with the chakra, we deal with the rest. Like you said, that's why you came to a diner and told us your name. Naruto looked at Sam. He looked at Dean. He looked at the way they were both looking at him, not with the deference that the monsters showed, not with the awe that Sam occasionally couldn't hide, just with the flat, committed stubbornness of 2 people who had decided this was a team and were going to keep deciding it. Fine, he said. Great, Dean said. That's settled. He started the car. Also we're getting more food because I am not going into the Flint Hills on an empty stomach and apparently you need 6,000 calories post-fight, so. There's an excellent ramen place in downtown Wichita, Naruto said, and the way he said it, the entire weight of a century of patience, the very particular relief of someone who has finally found a reason to be somewhere, made Dean laugh, sudden and real, the kind of laugh that doesn't ask permission. Of course you know that, Dean said. I've been to every decent ramen place in the continental United States, Naruto said. It takes time, but it's worth it. Please don't tell me you've kept a list. Naruto pulled out a small, battered notebook from his hoodie pocket. He handed it to Sam. Sam opened it. It was a list. Handwritten, in a compact and surprisingly neat script, stretching back through decades by the quality of the ink and paper, restaurants, cities, dates, brief notes. Excellent broth, owner's daughter just had a baby, went back twice. And, closed 1987, owner moved to Portland, followed, restaurant not reopened, tragedy. And further back, in different ink, New York, 1952. Best I've found in this world. Not as good as home, but close. Sam turned the pages with extraordinary care. This is a historical document, he said quietly. It's a lunch log, Naruto said. It's both, Sam said. Dean drove toward downtown Wichita, and the afternoon went gold at its edges the way Kansas afternoons do, the light going long and honest across the flat country, and somewhere in the Flint Hills something with active chakra was waiting with all the patience of something that had crossed worlds to find one specific person. 9 days. They were 3 blocks from the ramen place when the phone rang. Dean's phone, the one with the number that almost nobody had. He looked at the screen and the name there made him pull over immediately. He answered it. "Cass," he said. "Dean." Castiel's voice on the phone had the particular quality it always had, direct, without social padding, the words carrying more weight per syllable than usual human speech. "I need to see you. All of you." A pause. "Including him." Dean looked in the rearview mirror at Naruto. Naruto was already looking back. "The angel who came to the highway," Naruto said. "Not a question." "No," Castiel said, because his hearing, also, was not limited to what should have been audible through a phone. "I am not that angel. I am." Another pause, and in that pause was something unusual for Castiel, something approximating the feeling of a person who is choosing words carefully because the available words are inadequate. "I am someone who has been aware of you for a long time, and who has just been told something that changes the shape of every calculation I have been making about what you are." "What were you told?" Naruto said. "That you have a name," Castiel said. "A real name. Not Fox King, not what the demons call you, not what the Reaper's files say." A pause. "A name from before. And that the thing in the Flint Hills knows it." The car was very quiet. Naruto's expression did something that Dean caught only the edge of in the mirror, the door opening again, the room behind it, and this time something in there that was not just tired but deeply, fundamentally alert. "Where are you?" Naruto said. "2 blocks from you," Castiel said. "There is a diner." Naruto looked up. Through the windshield, 2 blocks ahead, there was a diner. It had a blue sign. Naruto looked at it with the expression of a man encountering an old pattern in new fabric. "Of course there is," he said. Chapter 5, Crowley's Gambit. Castiel was sitting in a corner booth with a cup of coffee he wasn't drinking, wearing his usual trench coat and the expression of a man who has recently learned something that rearranged the furniture in his head and is still finding his way around the new layout. He looked up when they came in and his eyes went immediately to Naruto, not the way the demons looked at Naruto, not predatory or reverent, but with the specific attention of a scientist encountering data that contradicts a theory they've held for a very long time and finding this genuinely exciting rather than threatening. Dean slid into the booth across from him. Sam took the inside. Naruto pulled a chair from the nearest empty table and sat at the end, not boxed in, not with his back to anything, positioned the way he always positioned himself, with clean sightlines in every direction and nothing behind him that he hadn't already checked. Castiel looked at Naruto for a long moment. "You're not in any heaven's records prior to approximately 900 years ago," he said. "And even then, you appear only as an anomaly notation in the cosmic accounting." "Good morning to you too," Naruto said. "I'm sorry." "Hello." Castiel looked at Dean, received a small nod of confirmation that yes, this was the correct social direction, and looked back at Naruto. "You arrived in this world and heaven didn't notice for 100 years. That has never happened. Your detection systems are keyed to the energy signatures native to this world," Naruto said. "My signature is foreign. Different origin, different frequency. It would read as background noise until someone knew specifically what to look for." He picked up a menu, looked at it, looked at the waitress materializing at his shoulder. "What's the soup today?" "Tomato," she said. His expression said everything about tomato soup without saying anything about tomato soup. "Coffee, please. And whatever passes for a hot sandwich." She wrote it down and left. "The thing in the Flint Hills," Dean said to Castiel. "You said it knows Naruto's name. His real name. From his original world." Castiel wrapped both hands around his untouched coffee. "I learned this from a Reaper. Not one of Death's standard agents, a senior Reaper. One who has been cataloging the anomaly in our cosmic records for several centuries." He looked at Naruto. "The Reaper has been observing you. Not with intent, professionally. The way they observe anything that sits outside the standard framework." A pause. 3 weeks ago, the Reaper detected a second signature. Same origin world. Active, not residual. He looked at his coffee. And the second signature spoke a name. The same name that is in the oldest layer of your energy signature, the one that predates your transformation. Your human name. The booth was quiet. Sam had his notebook but he wasn't writing. He was watching Naruto. Naruto was looking at the table. Not down, through, the way he looked when he was processing something at a level that the surface of his face couldn't quite keep up with. He was very still. Someone from my world is in the Flint Hills, he said. And they spoke my name. Yes. Did the Reaper, he stopped. His voice was completely controlled. Did the Reaper identify the second signature? Specifically? Castiel looked at him steadily. No. The signature was brief, a few seconds, then shielded. But the Reaper said, he paused, choosing the words with unusual care. The Reaper said the signature felt very old. Older than yours by a significant measure. And that it carried the residue of multiple deaths and resurrections. Something moved across Naruto's face. It was there for less than a second and then it was gone, replaced by the usual controlled surface, but Dean had been watching and caught the edge of it, not fear, not shock, something more complicated, something that had hope and grief wound so tightly together they'd become a single thing. Okay, Naruto said. Okay? Dean said. It changes things. He looked up. I know who it is. I think I know who it is. He stopped himself. I'm not going to say more than that until I'm sure, because if I'm wrong, he stopped again. If I'm wrong about who it is, I don't want to have said it out loud. Dean looked at him. He thought about Sasuke, the name said in a motel room while snow fell, the weight inside it. He thought about I think he probably looked for a very long time and decided not to push. All right, he said. Naruto looked at him with something that was equal parts gratitude and surprise, as if he'd been bracing for the push. He picked up his coffee when it arrived and drank half of it, and Dean watched him settle back into the present tense, the operational now, the thing they had to do before the thing in the Flint Hills could be addressed. Crowley, Naruto said. He'll move again tonight. The highway was reconnaissance dressed as aggression, he was measuring response time, power output, the limits of what I'll do when pushed. He looked at Castiel. You knew Crowley was moving today. Castiel didn't flinch. I knew he had something planned. I didn't know the scale. Why didn't you warn us? Dean said, with more edge than he'd intended. Because my communication with Dean has been, Castiel looked at Dean. Complicated. We've talked about the communication thing, Dean said. We've talked about talking about the communication thing, Castiel said. That's different. Guys, Sam said. He's right, Dean said, to Sam, meaning Castiel. He looked at Castiel. You're right. I know. He exhaled. Okay. Crowley. Does he have a plan beyond sending armies at the highway? He has leverage, Castiel said. He has been acquiring it for 2 weeks. He looked at Naruto. He found someone. Who? Naruto said. A woman. Her name is Elena Vasquez. She runs a botanical garden in Topeka. You met her approximately 6 years ago when you stopped a nest of wraiths from targeting her staff. Castiel paused. She knows what you are. She's been, not exactly a contact, but someone who knew too much and whom you chose not to remove from awareness. Naruto went very still. He has Elena, he said. Since yesterday evening. She's alive, she's unharmed, and Crowley is very pointedly not sending a ransom demand because he knows you know what he wants, and he's waiting for you to come to him instead of making demands you'd refuse. Castiel folded his hands on the table. It's a very clean trap. It's not a trap, Naruto said. It's an invitation. He wants a conversation, same as the demons on the highway said. The hostage is the RSVP card. You're going to go, Dean said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Because of the woman. Because of the woman, Naruto agreed. And because I want the conversation. I told you, Crowley has information about the convergence. He knows something we don't, and I'd rather take it from him over a table than have him deploy it against us in the Flint Hills. He finished his coffee. I just prefer to go in with the terms already set. How do you set terms with Crowley? Sam said. Naruto looked at him. You call him first, he said. Sam opened his laptop. Dean watched Naruto's face, the specific quality of someone making a decision that looks simple and isn't, the weight of Elena Vasquez somewhere in a room, alive, unharmed, trusting the same instinct that had made her not run 6 years ago when she saw what he was. I need a phone number, Naruto said. I have it, Dean said. Everyone at the table looked at Dean. I've called Crowley before, Dean said, with the defensive tone of a man who has made several choices he doesn't fully endorse in retrospect. It's fine. We have a complicated history. I know, Naruto said. I told you, I've been watching your family. Stop saying that, Dean said, but without heat. He pulled out his phone. Crowley answered on the second ring. Dean Winchester, he said, with the warm, professionally charming delivery of a man who has been waiting for a call and is pretending he wasn't. I was wondering when you'd. He's right here, Dean said, and handed the phone to Naruto. A pause from Crowley's end. A pause with texture, the specific quality of a very intelligent person encountering something they'd planned for and finding that the plan feels less solid than it did in the planning. Fox King, Crowley said. Crowley, Naruto said. You have Elena Vasquez. I have a guest. She's comfortable. We've been discussing the rather impressive variety of her begonias. Here's what's going to happen, Naruto said, with the conversational directness of someone who did not go to school in the King of Hell's preferred register and wasn't going to learn it. You're going to return Elena to her botanical garden tonight, unharmed. And in exchange, I'll meet with you. Wherever you want, whenever you want, for as long as you want. A pause. One conversation. You ask what you want to ask. I'll answer what's worth answering. Silence from Crowley. Not surprised silence, calculating silence. Crowley was running the angles, and they could all feel it even through the phone, the machinery of a several thousand-year-old crossroads demon working through the implications of getting exactly what he wanted and therefore needing to understand why he was getting it. You're coming willingly, Crowley said. I'm coming because Elena is a good person who runs a beautiful garden and I don't like the idea of her spending a night in whatever you consider comfortable. A pause. And because I want the conversation. We want the same thing, Crowley. The difference is you think you have leverage and I'm telling you, very clearly, that you don't need it. You're not afraid of me, Crowley said. Not wounded, assessing. No. And yet you'll come anyway. Yes. Why? Because you know something about the Flint Hills, Naruto said. And I'd like to know it too. A beat. Also I'm curious about you. I've been hearing about the King of Hell for 30 years and I want to see if the reputation is accurate. A pause. Then, with something that was not quite a laugh but was adjacent to one, something that suggested Crowley, in some anterior chamber of his personality, was actually enjoying this, tonight. Midnight. I'll send coordinates. Elena first. Elena before sundown, Crowley said. My word. Your word means something to you, Naruto said. It was not a compliment. It was a fact, stated plainly, and the plainness of it landed on Crowley's end of the call like a stone on still water. They could almost feel the ripples. It does, Crowley said, and for just that phrase he dropped the performance entirely and the word beneath it was raw and real and old. More than most things. I know, Naruto said, and hung up. He handed the phone back to Dean. He picked up his sandwich when it arrived and ate half of it in silence. He'll honor it, Castile said. The agreement. Crowley's word, when he gives it without conditions, is binding in a way that goes beyond the demonic contract structure. It's personal. I know that too, Naruto said. You've studied him, Sam said. 30 years of reputation. When I'm going to talk to someone I read everything I can first. He looked at the other half of his sandwich. Crowley started as a human. He made a deal for a larger, he paused, choosing the word. Soul. More capacity. More self. He set the sandwich down. He's been running from the human he was for a very long time. But you can't run from the original terms of your own existence, no matter how much you transform. He looked at Dean with the particular look he used when he was saying something that had more address than it appeared. The human part of him is why his word means something. It's the only part of him that still has that kind of weight. Dean held the look for a moment. Then he looked at his coffee. Yeah, he said. I know a little about that. Elena Vasquez was back in her botanical garden by 4 in the afternoon. Sam confirmed it through a contact in the Topeka PD who owed him a favor and didn't ask questions. She was home, she was fine, she was apparently pruning roses and had declined to file a missing persons report for the roughly 18 hours she'd been absent, which suggested she understood the nature of what had taken her and had decided not to involve systems that couldn't help. Dean called her directly, because Dean believed in direct confirmation over second-hand reports. She picked up on the third ring. Hello? Ms. Vasquez. My name is Dean. I know who you are, she said. Her voice was steady and warm and held the particular quality of someone who has been through something and has decided how they feel about it. He told me you'd call. Naruto told you? He told me, 6 years ago, that if anything ever happened because of knowing him, someone named Dean would call to check in. A pause. He said you were trustworthy. Dean looked at the phone for a second. Then back at it. Are you okay? I'm fine. Crowley was, surprisingly decent, actually. He gave me tea and didn't threaten me even once. Another pause. He seemed almost embarrassed about the whole thing. Like he'd made a social error and wasn't quite sure how to address it. Yeah. That tracks. Dean exhaled. Stay home tonight. Don't open the door for anything that feels wrong. I've been doing that since I was 28, she said. Since a blonde man stopped 4 things from killing my staff and then sat in my office for an hour eating everything in my desk drawer. Something in her voice had the particular warmth of a very specific memory. Tell him, she stopped. Tell him the garden is still there. It's bigger now. The blue irises finally came in. I'll tell him, Dean said. He hung up and sat with the phone in his hand for a moment in the parking lot outside the diner, the Kansas afternoon going bronze around him, and thought about a man who had been preparing for specific contingencies for 6 years, for 30 years, for 100 years, quietly, without announcement, setting things in place the way you set furniture in a house you're going to come back to. He went back inside and told Naruto about the irises. Naruto's expression did the thing it sometimes did, the quick, unguarded warmth, there and then managed, and he looked at the table and said, good. The blue ones were struggling. You planted them? I suggested the variety. She did the work. He looked up. She's a remarkable person. She saw what I was and just moved on. Asked me practical questions. Offered me a sandwich. A pause. Not everyone does that. We did, Sam said. You offered me a diner, Naruto said. Different thing. You were also going to exorcise me if I turned out to be a threat. Debatable, Sam said. You had your hand on the flask, Naruto said. The flask was nearby, Sam said. Sam. Okay. Yes. The flask was ready. Tactically. Naruto almost smiled. I know, he said. I appreciated it, actually. It meant you were paying attention. Crowley's coordinates led them to an abandoned textile mill outside of Emporia, Kansas, a large, brick building that had been derelict for 30 years and had been comprehensively renovated in its interior while maintaining its derelict exterior, which was a Crowley aesthetic that Dean recognized immediately as the architectural equivalent of Crowley's entire personality. Inside, it was warm and lit with something that was not quite electricity, the walls hung with artwork that had no business being in Kansas, and there was a bar. An actual bar, fully stocked, with a demon in a suit standing behind it looking at them with the expression of someone who has been told to be professional about this. Crowley was sitting in a leather armchair at the far end of the room, wearing his usual suit, holding a glass of something dark, and looking at Naruto with the specific attention of a man seeing something in person that he has been reading about for 30 years and finding the reality significantly exceeds the documentation. Fox King, he said. He was using the title differently than the demons on the highway had, not reverent, not a prayer, more like an acknowledgement between peers. You're shorter than I expected. You're shorter than you expected, Naruto said. Crowley blinked. Then, with a quality in his expression that suggested he had just revised several calculations simultaneously, he almost smiled. Sit down, he said. Have a drink. Water, Naruto said, and sat in the chair across from Crowley with the ease of a man sitting in his own kitchen. Dean and Sam took positions to the sides, not bodyguard positions, not tactical positions, just present, the way they were always present. Castile had declined to come, which had generated a significant look from Dean, and Castile had explained that his presence at a meeting between Naruto and Crowley would introduce Heaven into a conversation that would be more productive without it, and Dean had accepted this because it was correct and also because he was still working through the communication thing. Crowley looked at Dean and Sam with the comfortable wariness of long acquaintance. Gentlemen, he said. Then back to Naruto. You said I know something about the Flint Hills. You do. What makes you think so? You sent 30 operatives and a Leviathan pair to intercept me on the highway today, Naruto said. Not to capture me, I told you, the leverage wasn't real. You know it wasn't real. So the highway operation was a test. He looked at Crowley steadily. You needed to know if I could handle a coordinated assault of that scale. Which means you know what's coming in the Flint Hills and you needed to know if I could survive it. A pause. You were worried about me. Crowley looked at him. The glass turned in his hand once. Don't make it sentimental. I'm not. I'm making it accurate. Naruto leaned forward slightly. What's in the Flint Hills, Crowley? Crowley was quiet for a moment. He drank. He looked at the glass. He looked at Naruto, and the performance layer of him, the king of hell, the sharp wit, the comfortable menace, sat just slightly off-center, the way a mask sits when the person wearing it is having genuine feelings and hasn't adjusted for it. Something old, Crowley said. Older than me. Older than this world's supernatural taxonomy. He set the glass down. We call it the architect. Hell's intelligence first picked it up about 2 years ago. It appeared in the American Midwest and started making very quiet, very patient moves. Building infrastructure. Cultivating assets. He looked at Naruto. The Delacroix bloodline. The convergence in the Flint Hills. The lunar alignment. He paused. It's not from this world. We established that almost immediately. The energy signature is, he seemed to be choosing words carefully, which was unusual. Wrong in a way that my people couldn't categorize. Too old. Not old like death is old like something that predates the categories. From my world, Naruto said. We concluded that, yes. Crowley's eyes were steady. And whatever it is it has spent 2 years building a convergence point designed to channel your specific energy signature. He paused. It wants to bring you in. Not trap you, not destroy you, absorb you. Integrate your power into itself. He leaned forward. We believe it's what's been degrading the barrier between life and death in the central U.S. for the past 18 months. It's been feeding on the edges of the natural order to sustain itself in this world. And when the convergence opens, it uses my signature to stabilize itself fully, Naruto said. Permanently. You'd become the foundation of something that was already powerful enough to scare hell into running a military test on a Kansas highway, Crowley said. The room was very quiet. Dean looked at Sam. Sam looked at Dean. What is it? Sam said to Crowley. Specifically. In your world's terms. We don't have terms for it, Crowley said. That's the problem. Try, Naruto said. Crowley looked at him. The oldest things in Hell's records, and I mean the truly old ones, the pre-Lucifer cosmological layer, they describe a concept. Something that exists at the boundary between worlds. A consciousness that lives in the space between created orders, feeding on the edges where one reality ends and another begins. It can't exist fully within any one world, it needs the boundary. He paused. When you arrived in this world, you created a permanent boundary breach. A point where two realities touch without either one fully dominating. Your presence here is the seam. He looked at Naruto. It wants the seam. If it integrates you, it gets a permanent anchor in this world and yours simultaneously. It becomes the boundary itself. Naruto sat with this for a moment. 8 days, he said. 8 days, Crowley confirmed. And you came to us, Dean started. I didn't come to anyone, Crowley said sharply. I acquired leverage and issued an invitation. Because I needed to look this, he gestured at Naruto. In the face and determine if it was capable of handling what's coming. Because if it isn't, Hell needs to know that in advance and make its own preparations. And? Naruto said. Crowley looked at him for a long moment. The firelight from the impractical ambient lighting played across the King of Hell's face and found something there that usually stayed behind the professional exterior, something that was not hope, exactly, and not relief, but was in that territory. The specific feeling of a man who has been carrying a contingency plan and is revising it upward. And, Crowley said, I think you'll do. High praise, Naruto said, dry as chalk. From me? Genuinely. Crowley stood, picked up his glass, moved to the window looking out at the dark Kansas night. The architect knows you're coming. It's been tracking your approach for months. And it has. He paused. It has something it's been using as a communication mechanism with the Delacroix woman. A vessel. An object. What kind of object? Sam said, notebook out, pen moving. An old one, Crowley said. Pre-colonial. We believe it came through in the same displacement event as our friend here. He looked at Naruto. A kunai. Naruto went absolutely still. A what? Dean said. A blade, Sam said. Japanese. Small, balanced for throwing, I know what a kunai is, Dean said. Why did it make him do that? Naruto was looking at the middle distance with an expression that was not anything Dean could name, not quite recognition, not quite grief, something that existed in the gap between those two things where the truly complicated feelings lived. Was there a name on it? He said to Crowley. A seal. Or characters carved into the handle. Crowley looked at him carefully. We believe so. Our intelligence on the specific object is secondhand. Was it black? Naruto's voice was completely level. Black handle, slightly longer than standard, with a red tassel. Crowley's expression shifted, the calculation behind his eyes reorganizing itself. Yes, he said. Naruto stood up. He stood up and he walked to the bar and he poured himself 3 fingers of whatever Crowley was having and he drank it, and he stood at the bar for a moment with the glass in his hand and his eyes on something that was not in the room, and Dean watched and didn't say anything and neither did Sam. Then Naruto set the glass down and turned around. "Thank you," he said to Crowley. "For Elena. And for this." Crowley waved a hand. "Enlightened self-interest." "Yes," Naruto said. "But you did it cleanly. That matters." He looked at Dean. "We need to go." "Are we done?" Dean said. "We're done." He walked toward the door, stopped, looked back at Crowley. "The architect is going to come at hell next if it succeeds in the Flint Hills. You know that." "I'm aware." "Then make sure your people stay out of my way on the night of the convergence. Not because I need the help, because they'll be in the field and I won't be able to guarantee their safety." He paused. "I'd prefer not to accidentally unmake several hundred of your employees." Crowley stared at him. "Accidentally. I'll be operating at high output. Proximity is a factor." He looked at Crowley steadily. "Keep them back." Crowley looked at him for a long moment with the expression of a man reassessing an entire filing system. "Agreed," he said. Naruto nodded and went out. Dean and Sam followed. Sam looked back once, at Crowley, still standing at the window, the glass in his hand and his expression doing something complicated and quiet, the specific look of someone who has just had a conversation that rearranged something. The drive out of Emporia was quiet for the first 5 miles, and then Dean said, "The kunai." "Yes," Naruto said. "You know whose it is?" "Yes." "Is it?" "Yes," Naruto said. The word came out complete and final, not closing the conversation but not opening it further, and Dean heard the weight inside it, the weight of "I wonder sometimes if he went looking, and I think he probably looked for a very long time, and he drove and didn't say anything more, because some things deserve the space that silence makes." Sam was on his laptop, running searches with both hands, cross-referencing the architect against every pre-colonial supernatural event in the American Midwest, following the data the way he always followed it, past the point of comfort, past the point of sensible stops, all the way down to whatever was at the bottom. Outside, the Kansas night was dark and flat and enormous, the stars out in full, the road running straight ahead with the honest commitment of Midwest geography. "The Delacroix woman," Sam said, after a while. "I found her." "Where?" Dean said. "She's not in the Flint Hills." Sam turned the laptop. "She's in Wichita. Hotel 3 blocks from where we were this afternoon." He looked up. "She checked in yesterday. Under a different name, but the credit card links back." He looked at Naruto. "I don't think she's with the architect by choice." Naruto looked at the screen. He looked at the address. He looked out the window at the night. "She's trying to get out," he said. "Or she's trying to warn someone," Sam said. "She came to Wichita, to where we were. She was looking for us. For you." He paused. 300 years of resonance. She'd feel you the same way you feel her. She knows you're close. Dean was already turning around. They found the hotel easily enough, mid-range, anonymous, the kind of place that rented rooms to people who didn't want to be asked about things. They found room 214 by the simple method of Naruto standing in the corridor and saying, "There," pointing at a door as they walked past. Dean knocked. Sam stood to the side. Naruto stood in the middle of the corridor with his hands in his pockets, visible, unbothered. The door opened on the chain first. Then all the way. She was in her early 30s, dark-haired, with the particular look of someone who has been operating under sustained pressure for long enough that the pressure has become the baseline. She had a bruise on her left cheekbone that was 2 days old. She looked at Dean, at Sam, and then she looked at Naruto, and her face did something profound and uncontrolled, the specific expression of a person who has been chasing something their entire life and has just, unexpectedly, actually caught it. "You're real," she said. To Naruto. Barely above a whisper. "Yes," he said. Completely simple. Completely kind. Her eyes filled. She blinked it back with the disciplined effort of someone who had decided not to do that. "I've been trying to get to you for 2 months, she said. "It let me go 3 days ago. I don't know why, maybe it didn't need me anymore, or maybe," she stopped. "My name is Madeline." "I know," Naruto said. "May we come in?" She stepped back from the door. Inside, the room was a working space, papers everywhere, maps, photographs, printed articles, a board on the wall where the hotel's generic art had been replaced with a hand-drawn diagram of the Flint Hills site that was detailed enough to be a surveyor's document. Sam made a sound of involuntary professional appreciation and moved directly toward it. Madeline sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Naruto, who had taken the chair, and she looked at him the way someone looks at a face they've been seeing in dreams their whole life and are now calibrating against reality. "You're younger than I thought," she said. "You're not the first person to say that." "What are you?" She said it without hostility, with hunger, the 300-year hunger of a bloodline that had been carrying a question it couldn't answer. "We've always felt it. My grandmother, her grandmother, all the way back. Something in us that isn't human, not quite. Something warm and too big for the body. My great-uncle thought he was going insane." "Residual chakra," Naruto said. "From a man named Jean-Baptiste Delacroix, 1724. He came into contact with me, briefly, and some of my energy transferred to him through proximity. It was a small amount, nothing that should have lasted more than a generation." He looked at her hands. "But some bloodlines hold energy differently. Amplify it instead of diluting it." "Is it dangerous?" she said. "No. It's what drew the architect to you, it heard the frequency and came looking for the source." He paused. "It's also why you can still leave. It used you as a tuning fork to set up the convergence. The infrastructure is in place. It doesn't need you in the Flint Hills anymore." He looked at her directly. "Which means you're free, Madeline. You don't have to be there for the convergence." "I know," she said. "But I know the site. Every ward, every anchor point, every structural node in the convergence framework." She looked at Sam, who was photographing the board with his phone. "That's 3 months of observation before I understood what it was doing and 2 more months of forced cooperation. I know where it's weak." She looked back at Naruto. "I want to help." Naruto looked at her for a long moment. "It's not safe," he said. "I know. You understand what's going to happen on that site in 8 days, I understand better than anyone," she said quietly. "I was inside it. I felt what it wants." She held his gaze. "It spoke your name, you know. In the dark, when it thought I was asleep. Just, your name. Over and over, like it was the only word it knew that meant anything." The room was very quiet. Naruto looked at the floor. Then at her. Then at the board on the wall with its careful documentation of everything the architect had built. "Okay," he said. "Show me." She stood and went to the board, and Sam was already beside her with his notebook, and Dean moved to the other side, and Naruto stood behind them all and looked at the map of what was coming, 8 days, the lunar eclipse, a gate in the Kansas Flint Hills built to his exact dimensions, with the focused, clear-eyed attention of a man who had once stood in front of a war that wanted to destroy everything he loved and had found, somewhere inside himself, more than enough to answer it. His hands were in his pockets. His orange sneakers were on the floor of a hotel room in Wichita. Outside, the Kansas night was doing what it always did, being enormous and patient and completely indifferent to the scale of what was preparing itself within it. 8 days. The Fox King looked at the map of his cage and started taking it apart. Chapter 6, Heaven's problem. The angel found them at 7 in the morning. Not Castiel, a different one, younger in the way angels were young when they hadn't spent enough time around humans to acquire the damage that made them interesting. It appeared in the parking lot of the Wichita Hotel with the specific lack of drama that angels used when they wanted to project authority rather than alarm, white light in the spaces where a person should have been, a vessel standing in it with the particular blankness of someone being worn very thoroughly. Dean was getting coffee from the lobby machine when he heard the sound, not a sound, exactly, more of a pressure change, the world noticing something had arrived. He walked back to the parking lot with his coffee and looked at the angel. Dean Winchester, it said. I know you're not here for me, Dean said. So let's skip the part where you do the whole, he gestured at it. And get to the part where you tell me what heaven wants. The angel looked at the door to room 214. There is a being in that room that constitutes an unregistered anomaly in the cosmic. There's a person in that room, Dean said. His name is Naruto. He's not interested. Heaven does not require his interest. Heaven requires his compliance with, his compliance, Dean said, and his voice went flat. His attendance, the angel revised, with the slight adjustment of something that has been briefed on Dean Winchester's response patterns to certain words. At a formal assessment before the Divine Council. His presence in this world without registration or oversight, he's been in this world for 1,000 years, Dean said. And you're showing up now? Our awareness of his presence has been, yeah, I heard. Recent. Dean drank his coffee. He'll be out in a minute. You can ask him yourself. We are not, the angel started. The door to 214 opened and Naruto came out with his hands in his pockets and his orange sneakers and the comfortable ease of a man who had been awake since 4 and had spent the intervening hours doing something that he considered productive. He looked at the angel in the parking lot and stopped. He didn't look alarmed. He looked the way he looked at most things, with that focused, assessing calm that arrived before any other response, the way a doctor looks at a wound before deciding what it needs. Heaven wants a meeting, he said. Heaven requires, the angel started. Heaven wants a meeting, Naruto said again, making the correction gently but completely. He looked at Dean. Did you sleep? 4 hours. You? 2. Enough. He looked at the angel. Tell me who's asking. The council of, which angel, Naruto said. By name. A pause. Naomi, the angel said. She oversees, I know who Naomi is, Naruto said. Tell her I'll come. Not because I'm required to, because I'm choosing to. He looked at Dean. Get Sam. And Castiel, if you can reach him. I want company for this. Heaven's council chamber doesn't typically, the angel began. I know what it typically does, Naruto said, and the word typically in his mouth had enough miles behind it to make the angel stop. Tell Naomi I'll be there at noon. And I'll be bringing people. He looked at the angel with the specific look that he used when he was being completely clear. Non-negotiable. The angel looked at him. It looked at him in the specific way that angels look at things they cannot categorize, which was with a kind of fixed, processing attention that had nothing behind it yet, no response, no pattern match, just the data of him standing in a hotel parking lot in orange sneakers being entirely unconcerned about heaven's requirements. It left. Dean watched the parking lot where it had been. Naomi, he said. You know her? We have history. Is she trustworthy? Dean thought about it with the care it deserved. She's honest about what she wants, he said finally. Not the same thing. But it's something. Naruto looked at the parking lot. That's usually enough, he said. Castiel arrived 30 minutes later, which meant he'd been nearby, which meant he'd known this was coming or had made an educated guess about its timing. Sam let him in without comment. Madeline, who had been sleeping for the first time in 3 days when the angel appeared, came out of the bathroom with coffee and looked at Castile with the expression of someone who had exceeded their quota for extraordinary things before 8 in the morning. "Angel," she said. "Yes," Castile said. "You're the Delacroix descendant." "Madeline." "Castile." He looked at her the way he looked at things he found genuinely interesting, with the full beam of it, slightly invasive, completely sincere. "Your energy signature is remarkable. The residual chakra in your bloodline has been amplifying for 300 years. You're carrying roughly 40 times the original trace." Madeline looked at Naruto. "Is that a lot?" "By the standards of this world, yes," Naruto said. "By my standards, it's a warmth." He looked at Castile. "Naomi is calling a formal assessment." Castile went through several expressions in quick succession, which for Castile was the equivalent of a very long speech. "That's significant." "I know. She hasn't called a formal assessment since Raphael's governance review, I imagine," Naruto said. "Which I understand was contentious." Castile stared at him. "How do you know about that?" "Reapers talk," Naruto said. "When they've decided you're interesting enough to talk to, they talk a great deal." He picked up his coffee. "What does a formal assessment involve?" "Heaven's inner council." The full, Castile sat down, which he did sometimes when conversations required it. The formal assessment was designed for entities whose cosmic status is unclear. It hasn't been used since, he stopped. You'll be the first non-native entity to undergo it. First time for everything, Naruto said. They're going to try to classify you, Castile said. Place you within the existing order. Assign you a designation that fits their framework. They're not going to be able to do that, Naruto said, without heat, without pride, simply as information. I know, Castile said. That's what concerns me. Why? Because when heaven can't classify something, heaven's historical response is to, he looked at Dean. Destroy it, Dean said. Neutralize, Castile said. The preferred language is neutralize. Same thing, Dean said. Naruto looked at them both. He looked the same way he always looked, present, steady, the blue eyes carrying their particular depth of something that had been all the way through everything and was still here, still interested, still exactly itself. He did not look like a man considering the possibility of his own neutralization with anything approaching concern. Let them try, he said, simply. The room was quiet for a moment. Dean put down his coffee. I just want to be in the room when you say that to Naomi. You will be, Naruto said. Heaven's council chamber was not what Dean expected. He'd been expecting the usual, the white room, the blank space, the aggressive absence of comfort that heaven used as an aesthetic. What he got instead was a vast circular space that had the quality of the inside of an old cathedral crossed with something that had no architectural precedent in any human building tradition, stone that was not stone, light that came from no source, the particular spatial quality of a place where dimensions were less committed to their usual agreements. There were 12 angels in the chamber when they arrived. 12 angels plus Naomi, who was standing at the center in the vessel. Dean remembered, dark-haired, precise, the expression of a woman who has been managing large and unruly organizations for longer than most civilizations and has developed very efficient responses to every kind of problem. She looked at Dean and Sam when they entered with the expression of someone encountering a complication they had provisionally anticipated. She looked at Castile with the expression of someone encountering a complication they should have anticipated but hadn't. She looked at Madeline with something closer to surprise, a quick recalibration, the human woman with the unusual energy signature not being part of her calculation. Then she looked at Naruto. The 12 angels in the room all looked at Naruto simultaneously, and the weight of that collective divine attention was a physical thing. Dean felt it, even from the outside, the concentrated regard of 12 ancient beings bringing their full presence to bear on one point. It was the kind of attention that would have devastated a lesser thing. Made a person feel pinned, reduced, quantified. Naruto walked through it like he walked through weather. Naomi, he said, reaching the center of the chamber and stopping at a distance that was respectful but not deferential, the distance of someone who has decided what this meeting is and is setting the terms in his posture before a word has been spoken. Thank you for the invitation. It was a summons, Naomi said. I know what you intended it to be, he said. I'm choosing to treat it as an invitation. It makes the conversation easier. Naomi looked at him for a moment. Her expression, always controlled, always precise, did something small and specific. You've been in this world for approximately 1060 years, she said. Give or take a decade. The first few centuries I wasn't keeping careful records. You have operated without heaven's knowledge or consent for that entire period. I have operated, he said. The knowledge and consent of heaven were neither offered nor required. One of the council angels made a sound, not quite outrage, but the angelic adjacent to it. Naomi raised one hand and it stopped. You understand our position, Naomi said to Naruto. An unregistered entity of significant and unclassified power, operating freely in our world, outside every structure we maintain. I understand your position perfectly, Naruto said. You're uncomfortable with something you can't categorize and can't control, and you'd like to do one of three things: classify me, control me, or remove me. He tilted his head. I'm here to tell you why none of those things are going to happen, and why that's actually fine. The chamber was very quiet. Dean had positioned himself slightly to Naruto's left, which was instinct, and Sam was slightly to the right, which was also instinct, and Madeline was behind them both, which was sense, and Castile had gone to stand with the council, which was complicated, and the geometry of all of it felt like something that mattered even if Dean couldn't articulate why. You cannot classify me, Naruto said to Naomi, because I am not from your created order. The taxonomy you use, angels, demons, humans, divine, infernal, natural, unnatural, these categories are native to your world. I am not native to your world. I am not a deviation from your order. I am a visitor from a different order entirely. Placing me within your framework would be like classifying a mountain as a kind of fish because you have no category for mountains. Naomi's expression did not change. The impact of your presence on this world's order is mine to manage, Naruto said. And I have been managing it for 1,000 years. Quietly, carefully, alone. He paused. Look at your records. Every disruption, every anomaly, every incursion that should have been catastrophic and wasn't, go back 1,000 years and look at how many of those resolved without angelic intervention. He looked at her steadily. That was me. Naomi was quiet. Beside her, two of the council angels were exchanging something that wasn't audible to human ears. We cannot simply accept the presence of an unknown power, one of the council angels began. Raphael, Naruto said, and the angel stopped. Not you specifically. I know you're not Raphael. I mean the tradition. The reflex. He looked at this angel directly. The reflex of heaven to respond to the unknown with force is old and it's expensive and it has caused more problems in this world than it has solved. He did not say this with anger. He said it the way you point out a fact in a ledger, accurate, relevant, needing to be on the record. I have no interest in fighting heaven. I have significant interest in ensuring that heaven does not make the mistake of fighting me. Is that a threat? The angel said. It's a description, Naruto said. I'm describing what would happen. I'm not interested in it happening. But you should have the accurate picture. Naomi looked at Dean. Dean looked back at her. He knew what she was asking, the silent question of is he what he seems to be, is this real, is there a play here we're missing? Dean held the look and shrugged, which was his honest answer, and Naomi received it with the slight tightening of someone who had been hoping for something more useful. What do you want? Naomi said to Naruto. Right now? To deal with the architect in the Flint Hills before the lunar eclipse. He looked around at the 12 council angels. Which, incidentally, is something heaven should also want. The architect's feeding behavior is destabilizing the life-death barrier in the central U.S. It's been pulling on the boundary between this world and the space between worlds for 18 months. Your reapers have felt it. Your cosmic accounting is already showing the discrepancy. He looked at Naomi. You called this assessment because you've been watching me and feeling the architect and trying to figure out if I was the problem or the solution. That's the honest version, yes? Naomi's expression held something that might, in a human face, have been the slight discomfort of being read accurately. Yes, she said. I'm the solution, Naruto said. Not because I'm proposing a partnership or requesting heaven's authorization. Because I've been doing this for 1,000 years and I'm very good at it, and in 8 days I'm going to go to the Flint Hills and I'm going to close the convergence and I'm going to deal with the architect. He paused. What I'm asking heaven for is simple. Stay out of the field. Don't send angels to the Flint Hills during the convergence. Not because I need the space, because I do not want to accidentally harm your people, and operating at full capacity in close proximity to angels who don't know my energy signature would be dangerous for them. You're asking for non-interference, Naomi said. For 8 days. Yes. Another silence. The council angels were communicating in their inaudible register, and the quality of it, not the content, just the texture, felt to Dean like the specific kind of disagreement that existed between people who agreed on the goal and disagreed on the method. Castile spoke. He spoke from his position with the council, which meant he was speaking to them as well as to Naomi, and his voice had the particular quality it got when he had decided something completely and was no longer considering alternatives. He has operated in this world for 1,000 years without causing harm, Castile said. He has protected this world, repeatedly, documented, against forces that our resources were insufficient to address. He is currently the single most reliable barrier between this world and the architect's convergence. He paused. Granting 8 days of non-interference costs heaven nothing and potentially costs heaven everything if refused. Naomi looked at Castile for a long moment. Castile looked back with the specific quality of someone who has made up their mind and is not going to unmake it. The communication thing, Dean said quietly, to no one, to the stone floor. Sam looked at him. Dean looked at the floor. The communication thing was apparently fine. The communication thing was apparently a strategic deployment of timing. Naomi looked at Naruto. The formal assessment, she said. You understand we cannot simply record your presence as an acceptable anomaly without, give me a designation, Naruto said. Whatever category you need to put me in to close the file. I'll accept any label that doesn't come with obligations. He looked at her. Call me a visiting natural entity of foreign origin. Call me an unclassified autonomous presence. Call me whatever makes your accounting work. He paused. Just don't call me yours. Because I'm not. Naomi was quiet for a very long moment. One of the council angels said something in the angelic register. A second responded. A third, who had been silent the entire time, said one phrase that seemed to carry weight because the other two stopped. Naomi looked at Naruto. The third member of our council, she said, says you carry the equivalent of a divine mandate from a created order we don't have records of. That you were, in the language of your original world, something analogous to what we would call a guardian of the natural order. She paused. He says it would be theologically inconsistent to classify a foreign guardian as a threat simply because we lack the records of the order that created him. The third member of your council sounds like a reasonable person, Naruto said. She has been in this position for 6,000 years, Naomi said. She has opinions about consistency. Something in Naomi's expression shifted, just slightly, just enough. 8 days of non-interference. After the convergence, heaven will want a follow-up conversation. I'll be available, Naruto said. And the woman, Naomi said, looking at Madeline. The Delacroix bloodline. The residual chakra in her, Mine, Naruto said, and there was nothing aggressive in it, just the single clean word, the boundary of a thing that was not a discussion. She's under my protection. That's not a negotiation. Naomi looked at Madeline. Madeline looked back at Naomi with the steady, slightly fierce composure of a woman who had spent 2 months inside the architect's operation and had come out the other side with all of her documentation intact and most of her nerve. Noted, Naomi said. They came out of Heaven's council chamber the way you come out of a meeting that went better than expected and worse than hoped, with the slightly dazed quality of people who had been braced for impact and received instead a decision that required recalibration. The chamber deposited them in a field outside of Wichita that Dean didn't recognize, which was Heaven's version of a cab dropping you near your destination but not quite at the door. The afternoon was bright and cold and the Flint Hills were a smear of brown and gold on the horizon to the east, patient and enormous and 8 days away. Sam was already on his phone, pulling up the board photos, cross-referencing with his notes. Madeline was walking beside him, pointing at things on his screen, talking quickly and precisely in the way of someone who has been waiting to be useful and is finally getting the chance. Castile had gone, or was nearby and being quiet, which with Castile were sometimes the same thing. Dean walked next to Naruto and they were both quiet for a while, the field grass brown and frozen under their feet, the sky enormous overhead. The third council angel, Dean said. The one who said the theological consistency thing. Yes? She knows you. Naruto looked at the sky. She's met me, he said. Once. About 400 years ago. I didn't know she was an angel at the time, she looked human, she was behaving human, she was doing what I later came to understand was a very long-term observational assignment on the American continent. He paused. We talked for an afternoon. She was asking about old things, pre-colonial, older than colonial. Things that hadn't been there when the last angelic survey was done. What did you tell her? The truth. What I'd seen. How the land changed. What was there before and what came after. He looked out at the hills. She listened very carefully. She didn't tell me what she was. I didn't tell her what I was. We were just two people with long memories talking about the country. He paused. I left her a meal. She looked like she hadn't eaten in days, which I later understood was because angels don't eat, but she seemed to appreciate the gesture. Dean looked at him. You fed an angel. I feed everyone who looks hungry. Force of habit. He glanced at Dean. Also it turned out to be a good investment. Dean laughed. Not the surprised laugh from before, this one was warmer, more settled, the laugh of someone who has started to know a person and finds the knowing good. Naruto looked at him when he did it, and something in his expression was simply glad, the clean, uncomplicated gladness of someone who has been without company for a very long time and has found it again and is allowing himself to notice. They walked across the field toward where the Impala was parked, and Sam and Madeline followed, deep in their notes, and the Flint Hills sat on the horizon getting exactly 8 days closer. That night in the motel, a new one, Wichita proper, decent enough that Madeline had stopped looking at the walls with the expression of a woman cataloging structural concerns, Sam spread his updated map on the desk and Naruto and Madeline stood over it and began the work of taking the architect's convergence apart piece by piece. Madeline knew the site. She knew it the way someone knows a building they've been imprisoned in, every exit, every weight-bearing wall, every weakness. She described the anchor points in the convergence framework in language that mixed engineering precision with the vocabulary of someone who had spent 3 years before all of this studying geomantic energy patterns, and Naruto listened and asked questions that were short and specific and showed that he understood more about energy architecture than anyone in the room had expected. Dean sat on the bed and listened to all of it and let it wash past the parts of his brain that needed technical information and settle into the operational layer, what needed to happen, in what order, who had to be where. He was good at this. It was maybe the most useful thing he did, the ability to take a complicated situation and find the spine of it, the thing that everything else hung from. The primary anchor, he said, at a pause in the conversation. Naruto looked at him. All of this, Dean gestured at the map. The 18 months of construction, the lunar eclipse, the convergence framework. It's a cage. But every cage has a lock. He looked at the map. What's the lock? Madeline looked at him with the expression of someone who has just had a door opened that they were circling. The central pillar, she said. The architect's presence itself. The convergence can't hold without the architect actively maintaining it. If the architect is removed from the equation, the whole thing collapses, Sam said. Like pulling the keystone, Dean said. Yes, Madeline said. But the architect isn't going to leave voluntarily. And it's been in this world for, she looked at Naruto. How long? 300 years at least, Naruto said. Possibly longer. It arrived in the same displacement event I did, or shortly after. It's been dormant and active in cycles ever since. He was looking at the map, and his expression had the quality it got when he was doing the deep calculation, the full-range thinking. It feeds on boundary energy. It's been feeding on the seam between my world and this one that my presence creates. He looked at his hands. To remove it, to fully displace it back to the space between worlds where it belongs, I need to collapse the seam. The room went very quiet. Your seam, Sam said carefully. The boundary breach. The permanent point of contact between this world and my original world that my continued presence here creates. He looked up. If I seal it, properly, completely, using the sealing technique that was originally botched and sent me here, it would remove the architect's anchor in this world. He paused. And mine. Dean looked at him. What happens to you if the seam closes? Naruto looked at Dean, and his expression was the most honest it had been since the diner, all the layers present, none of them managing anything, just the full human face of a man who has been carrying something enormous and has finally told someone what it weighs. I don't know, he said. I've never done it. It might complete the displacement and send me back. He paused. Or it might remove my anchor entirely. And I'd be, he chose the word. Unmoored. Unmoored meaning what? Dean said. Meaning not here and not there and not anywhere, specifically. He looked at the map. Meaning I might not be anywhere. The room held this. Sam was not writing. Madeline was looking at her hands. Dean was looking at Naruto with the flat, focused look that he used when he was categorically refusing to accept a framing. That's a last resort, Dean said. It might be the only resort. No. Dean stood up. Last resort. We find every other option first. We exhaust every single one. And then, if and only if there is genuinely nothing else, he looked at Naruto. We have the conversation about the seam. Naruto looked at him. He looked at Dean Winchester in this motel room in Wichita, Kansas, 8 days before a convergence that had been building for 18 months, and he looked at him with the very specific expression of someone encountering a refusal they had expected and finding that the reality of it, the actual, physical, committed refusal of another person, was substantially different from the expected version. Substantially more. All right, Naruto said. Good, Dean said, and sat back down, and looked at the map, and said, tell me about the secondary anchors. We start with those. And they did. They worked until 2 in the morning, Naruto and Madeline and Sam building the counter-strategy piece by piece, Dean finding the spine of it and testing its load-bearing capacity every time it got complicated. Outside, Wichita did what cities do at 2 in the morning, got quiet and honest, the real traffic of the night moving through it, the people who work different hours than the day people, the ordinary midnight business of a city that didn't know what was being planned in one of its mid-range hotels. At some point Kurama called. She had stayed behind in the Kearney Motel with the lore books and a room service account that Naruto had set up and which she was using with the focused efficiency of someone making up for 60 years in the Canadian wilderness, and she and Naruto spoke for 20 minutes in their language while everyone else took a break, and whatever she said made him go very still for a moment and then nod once, firmly, and say something back that sounded like a decision. "What did she say?" Sam asked, when he'd hung up. Naruto looked at the map. "She says she found a reference in the lore books. Your books have an account of a binding technique, not chakra, something native to this world, that can be layered over an active entity to displace it without requiring the operator to sacrifice their own anchor." He looked up. "It's never been used on anything of the architect's scale. But theoretically," Sam said. "Theoretically it creates a second seam, a temporary one, that gives the entity a path out of this world without closing the existing seam." He paused. "It would require power from two sources. A native energy and a foreign one. This world's supernatural force and mine, combined. Like a combination technique," Sam said. Naruto looked at him. "Yes," he said. "Exactly like that." "What's the native source?" Dean said. "Something with enough raw power to sustain the secondary seam for long enough to push the architect through." Naruto looked at him. "In this world, the nearest equivalent to that kind of concentrated natural power is death," Sam said. The word landed in the room with the weight of a word that has been building toward being said for several conversations. Naruto looked at Sam. Then at Dean. Then at the map. "I've been avoiding that," he said. "I know," Dean said. "But you've been avoiding it the way you avoid the shoe section. Because it's complicated and not because it's wrong." Naruto was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Death knows I'm here. Has known for a long time. The Reaper's files mean Death has been watching," Dean said. "Which means Death has an opinion about you. And whatever that opinion is," he looked at Naruto. "You should probably find out what it is before the 8th day. Death doesn't just meet with, Death met with me," Dean said. "Over pizza. In Chicago." He paused. "Death ate the pizza. I did not eat the pizza," which I think was the correct call in retrospect. Naruto stared at him. "I'm serious," Dean said. "I know you're serious," Naruto said. "That's what I'm processing." "He does that," Sam said. "Has conversations with cosmic entities over food. It's a whole thing." Naruto looked at Dean with the expression of a man encountering a fact about another person that recontextualizes several other facts. "You sat across from Death," he said, "and you ate pizza." "He ate the pizza. I didn't eat the pizza." Dean paused. "The point is Death is approachable. In his own way." "Death is approachable," Naruto said. "For the right conversation," Dean said. Naruto was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the map on the desk and the 8 days between now and the Flint Hills and the space in the plan where the native power source needed to be. "All right," he said. "I'll go to Death." "We'll go to Death," Dean said. "Dean, we'll go to Death," Dean said again. "Because I've done it before and because," he stopped. He looked at the map and then at Naruto and found the honest version of what he was trying to say. "Because you said backup. In the diner. You said backup." He held Naruto's gaze. "That's what this is." Naruto looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at Sam, who was watching with the expression of someone who is witnessing something real and knows it and is choosing not to comment on it, because some things are smaller when you name them. "Backup," Naruto said. "Backup," Dean confirmed. Outside, the city moved through its quiet hours, and the Flint Hills sat 8 days east, and something that had been alone for a very long time sat in a motel room in Wichita surrounded by people who had decided, with the complete and stubborn simplicity that is the most powerful thing humans do, that it wasn't going to be alone anymore. 7 days now. The map was on the table. The plan was taking shape. Chapter 7, the edge of everything. They had 6 days left when everything decided to move at once. It started with Madeline. She woke up at 3 in the morning gasping, both hands pressed flat against the mattress, eyes wide, and the sound she made brought Dean out of sleep and into the corridor in 4 seconds with a weapon he didn't need. She was sitting up in bed when he got there, Sam right behind him, and she was shaking, not from fear, from the specific full-body tremor of someone whose nervous system has just been hit by something external. "It found me," she said. "The architect. It knows I'm here." She pressed one hand to her sternum. "It used the resonance. I can feel it, she stopped. Her eyes went to the wall, east, toward the Flint Hills with the specific gaze of someone looking at something through solid material. "It's pulling the anchor points forward. It's accelerating the timeline." "How much?" Sam said, already at his laptop. "Days," she said. "It's moving the convergence up. It knows I've shown you the site. She closed her eyes. "It's scared." "The architect is scared," Dean said. "Of him," she said, and she didn't need to gesture toward the wall adjoining Naruto's room. "It can feel him close. It knows he's coming and it's not." She stopped again. "It's not as confident as it was." Naruto came through the connecting door without knocking, fully awake, the quality of his attention already fully deployed. He looked at Madeline and crossed the room and put one hand on her shoulder and did the thing, the subtle thing, the warmth of it, and the trembling stopped. Not suppressed, actually stopped, the external signal withdrawn, the architect's reach cut off at the point of contact. Madeline exhaled. "How did you do that?" "Your resonance is keyed to my frequency," he said. "I can close the channel from this end." He looked at her. "Are you all right?" "Better." She steadied herself. "It's moved the convergence up by 3 days. Maybe 4. The lunar alignment is still fixed, it needs that, but the construction phase is complete enough that it doesn't need the full window anymore." She looked at Sam. "It has enough power stored to open the convergence early. Maybe by day after tomorrow." 2 days, Sam said. 2 days, possibly less. She looked at Naruto. "And there's something else. When it found me just now, I felt the other presence. The second chakra signature." She held his gaze. "It's not with the architect. It's separate, nearby. It's been trying to reach you. But the architect has been blocking it, using the convergence framework as interference." She paused. "I think it's been trapped. Contained somewhere on the site." The room went completely still. Naruto's expression didn't change on the surface. Under the surface, something moved that Dean caught only as a shift in posture, a slight forward lean, a fractional tightening, the body registering something the face wasn't showing. "We move tomorrow," Naruto said. "We were going to move in 6 days," Dean said. "We move tomorrow," Naruto said again, and the quality of the repetition was not stubbornness, it was finality, the thing that happened when a decision had been made at a level below discussion. He looked at Dean. "If the second presence has been contained by the architect, every day we wait is another day it's being used. Held in place to maintain the framework." His jaw was tight. "I'm not leaving someone in there for 6 days when I can go tomorrow." Dean looked at him. He thought about the conversation. I think he probably looked for a very long time, and did not say it. "We haven't spoken to death yet," Sam said. "Then we do it tonight," Naruto said. "Right now." He looked at Dean. "How do you contact him?" "Usually he contacts us," Dean said. "But there's a ritual," he looked at Sam. "I have it," Sam said. "Do the ritual," Naruto said. They did the ritual in the parking lot because the motel room was too small for what it required and because Dean had specific feelings about supernatural rituals in enclosed spaces that the last several years had fully justified. Sam laid the circle, lit the candles, said the words in the order that mattered, and the night air went cold in a way that was different from weather cold, deeper, more intentional, the cold of something that existed at a temperature human language had no comfortable word for. Death arrived without theatrics. He was simply there, the vessel, the suit, the particular stillness of something that moved through the world without being quite subject to it. He looked at Sam. He looked at Dean. His expression, as always, was the expression of someone who finds human company mildly interesting in the way that a collector finds a particular specimen mildly interesting, not warmly, not coldly, with the specific detached regard of a connoisseur. Then he looked at Naruto. He looked at Naruto for a long time. Something happened in Death's expression that Dean had never seen there before, not surprise, Death didn't surprise, but something adjacent to it, the recalibration of a thing encountering data that slightly exceeds its models. He looked at Naruto the way a mathematician looks at a proof that arrives at a correct answer through an unexpected method. "I've been wondering when you'd call," Death said. "You know who I am," Naruto said. "I know what you are," Death said. "Who you are has been a more interesting question." He tilted his head slightly. "You carry the weight of a completed life. A full arc, lived to its proper end, the shape of a story that finished. And yet here you are, existing past the finish, in a world that wasn't part of the story." He paused. "You're an epilogue that became its own narrative. That is genuinely unusual." "The architect," Naruto said. "In the Flint Hills." "Yes," Death said. "I'm aware of it. My Reapers have been dealing with the boundary degradation for 18 months. Something in his expression shifted, not anger, but the very precise displeasure of someone whose work is being made harder by someone else's bad decisions. It has been consuming the edges of the life-death barrier. Small amounts, carefully taken. Difficult to attribute definitively." He looked at Naruto. "Until recently, when it became less careful." "It's accelerating," Naruto said. "Moving the convergence up." "It's frightened," Death said, with the particular quality of something that finds fear in other things academically interesting. "It felt you close and it panicked. Old instincts." He looked at Naruto. "You frightened it, a long time ago. 3 centuries of dormancy, not strategy, terror. It went to sleep because something in your presence told it that staying awake was dangerous." "I need your help," Naruto said. Death looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at Dean, and Dean had the distinct experience of being looked through rather than at, the full, total regard of Death, which was not hostile but was absolutely comprehensive, the way light through a window is comprehensive about illuminating dust. "He asked," Death said to Dean, as though this were noteworthy. "He does that," Dean said. "Asks directly. 4 things." He paused. "I know. I find it refreshing too." Death looked back at Naruto. "What do you need?" "A binding technique. Your Reaper's files on boundary entities, your people have dealt with incursions from between-world space before. There's a displacement method. It requires native power and foreign power combined." Naruto held Death's gaze. "Your power and mine. You want to work with me," Death said. "I want to work alongside you," Naruto said. "Your energy sustains the boundary between this world and the next. Mine sustains the boundary between this world and my original world. The architect exists in the space those 2 boundaries share." He paused. "If we both apply pressure simultaneously from our respective sides, we collapse the space it occupies. It has nowhere to be." Death considered this for what felt like a long time and was probably 3 seconds. "The technique would require me to be present at the convergence site," he said. "Yes. That is not typically how I operate." "I know. I have obligations, I know that too," Naruto said. "But the architect's continued feeding is already affecting your work. The life-death boundary degradation you've been dealing with for 18 months doesn't stop if I displace the architect alone. It needs to be sealed from both sides simultaneously or the breach regenerates. He paused. You know this. Death was quiet. Yes, he said. I know this. Then you'll come. Death looked at him with the specific look of a thing that is not accustomed to having the logical conclusion stated by someone else before it arrives there itself, and is finding this experience marginally more interesting than irritating. I'll come, Death said. Thank you, Naruto said. Death looked at Dean again. He's polite, he observed. Surprisingly, Dean said. I can hear you, Naruto said. We know, Dean and Death said simultaneously, in the same tone, and Sam, standing at the edge of the ritual circle with his notebook pressed to his chest, made a sound that he converted immediately into a cough. Death looked at the notebook. The Winchester research, he said. Still comprehensive? Getting more comprehensive every day, Sam said. Good, Death said, with the dry certainty of someone who approves of thorough record-keeping on general principle. He looked at Naruto one more time, the full look, the seeing-through one. The second presence at the site, he said. My senior Reaper told you it was contained. Yes, Naruto said, and the word was completely controlled. It has been contained for approximately 3 months, Death said. The architect has been using it as a power source. Drawing on it to maintain the convergence framework. He paused. It is old, and it is strong, and it has been resisting the architect's draw for the entire 3 months. Imperfectly. But with remarkable persistence. He looked at Naruto. It knows you're coming. My Reaper reported that approximately 2 weeks ago, it began to stabilize its resistance. As though it had decided to wait. Naruto said nothing. His face was doing the thing again, the door, the room behind it, the complicated and private thing that lived there. Tomorrow, he said. We move tomorrow. Death inclined his head, which was not quite a bow and was not quite an agreement but was somewhere between the two, the specific gesture of something very powerful acknowledging something it considers its peer. I'll be there, he said. He was gone. The candles blew out. The night went back to normal temperature. Dean looked at the empty parking lot for a moment. Death just agreed to team up with us, he said. Yes, Sam said. For a fight. Yes. Okay. Dean turned toward the motel. We're going to need more guns. Not because they'll help, he added, before Sam could point this out, but because I need something to do with my hands. They left at dawn. The Impala loaded with everything, weapons, research, the supplies that Madeline had specified were necessary for dismantling 2 of the secondary anchor points before the convergence opened, which were tasks she and Sam had worked through and rehearsed and that Naruto had assessed as achievable with acceptable risk. Kurama met them at the eastern edge of Wichita in a form that was inconspicuous enough for the gas station where they stopped and striking enough that the attendant forgot to give Dean his change. She looked at Naruto when she got in the car. She said one thing in their language. He answered. She nodded once and looked out the window at the Flint Hills approaching on the horizon, and her expression had the quality of something that has been patient for a very long time and is now done being patient. The Flint Hills in winter were the color of dried wheat and old gold, rolling in long low waves that made the horizon feel like something breathing. The sky was enormous and flat and the kind of blue that showed up in old paintings of winter saints, and the road cut through it all with the blunt geometry of a thing that didn't care about the landscape it moved through. Naruto sat in the back with Kurama and he was quiet and he looked out the window at the hills and Dean didn't talk and Sam didn't talk, and the Impala carried them all toward it with the steady committed engine note of something that had been through worse and kept going. Madeline navigated from the passenger seat, first the highway, then a county road, then a gravel track, then no track, the car moving through the dry grass of the Flint Hills on the geological certainty of the limestone shelf under them, which was older than almost everything that had ever had opinions about it. She told them to stop. They stopped. The site was a natural depression in the hillside, not dramatic, not architecturally obvious, just a place where the land curved inward slightly, a shallow bowl maybe 200 yards across, and what the architect had built in it was not visible to normal sight and was absolutely visible to Naruto, who stood at the rim of the depression and looked at it with his eyes doing the thing they did, the brightness, the deepened blue, the quality of total perception, and was still for a long moment. The secondary anchors, he said. Northeast and southwest. Sam, Madeline, you take northeast. Kurama, southwest. Alone? Dean said, about Kurama. Kurama looked at Dean with her fire-under brown eyes. She reached out one hand and took the southwest anchor point description from Sam's notes and read it in 3 seconds and handed it back. Then she said one word in English, fine. Dean looked at her. Right, he said. Sorry. The central presence, Naruto said. I need to reach it before the architect realizes we're here. He looked at Dean. Stay with me. Stay with you, Dean said. Because when I reach the contained presence, the architect is going to respond, Naruto said. And when it responds, it's going to come at every person on this hillside simultaneously, and you're the person I trust most to make decisions I can't make in that moment because I'll be occupied. He held Dean's gaze. I need someone I trust completely making calls in the field. That's you. Dean held the gaze. He held it for a moment that had more weight than most moments. Yeah, he said. All right. They moved. The depression changed as you entered it. Not visibly, nothing that a camera would have caught, but physically, the air thicker, the sound of the wind muffled as though something between you and it had grown. Naruto moved through it without hesitation, reading the architect's construction the way someone reads a room they've been given detailed floor plans of. He went around things that weren't visible. He stepped over thresholds that made no sound. Dean followed and felt each of them, a series of pressures, resistances, the sensation of walking through spider webs made of something denser than silk. 20 yards in and the atmosphere of the place had gone from ambient to purposeful. Something here knew they were here. It's waking up, Dean said. Yes, Naruto said. He stopped. Looked at a point in the air directly ahead, at nothing visible. He reached out one hand and touched something that was not there and then absolutely was, a pulse of light, orange gold, brief and warm, the color of a fire that knows what it's doing, and where his hand touched, the air opened. Behind the opening, inside it, contained in a space that was not quite this world and not quite anywhere else, something was watching. Dean saw, not clearly, not with details he could have reproduced, something that was a presence more than a shape, old and strong and tired in the specific way that things get tired when they've been holding on for a very long time against something that keeps pulling. And within the tiredness, sharp and clean and completely intact, an awareness. A recognition. It recognized Naruto. The sound it made had no translation. It wasn't a word or a name. It was the sound of something that has been waiting for a specific thing for a very long time and has just, finally, felt that thing arrive. Naruto made a sound back. Just one sound, brief, rough-edged. Then he reached both hands into the opening, took hold of whatever was there with the same grip he used for everything, completely committed, no half measures, and pulled. The architect hit them like a storm. It came from everywhere at once, not a shape, not a physical form, but a pressure, a presence that was suddenly fully awake and fully hostile and fully focused on the thing trying to remove its power source. The air in the depression went sideways, the temperature dropping 20 degrees in seconds, the sound returning but wrong, layered, backwards, the wind speaking in something that was not language and was not silence. Dean moved without thinking. He moved toward the nearest physical incursion, a crack in the air that was trying to become something larger, and he hit it with the iron flask of holy water he had in his left hand for all the good it would do against a between-world entity, and it did approximately nothing, and he hit it again anyway because it was something to do and something to do was better than nothing while Naruto was occupied. His phone went off. Sam. He answered without stopping moving. Northeast anchor is down, Sam said, shouting over a sound that was audible even through the phone. It pushed back hard when we hit it. Madeline's okay, I'm okay. What's happening at center? It's awake, Dean said. It's very awake. Southwest? Kurama's still going, Sam said. Dean, there's something else. There are demons incoming. On the hill. I can see vehicles from, how many? A lot. It's not Crowley. Crowley said he'd stay back. This is something else, someone else is sending. Handle it, Dean said. You and Madeline, handle it and then get to the southwest anchor and back up Kurama. He hung up and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto was standing at the center of the depression with both hands deep in the open space, and around him the architect was doing everything it had, pulling at him, pushing at him, throwing the accumulated power of 18 months of construction at the one thing that had come to dismantle it. And Naruto was taking all of it. Not deflecting, not dodging, absorbing it, pulling it into himself the way the ocean absorbs waves, with the casual comprehensive patience of something that had been doing this for 1,000 years and had the capacity for considerably more. The orange-gold light was around him fully now, and his eyes had gone completely bright, and the marks on his cheeks, the ones that had been faded to near invisibility, had come back, dark and clear, 3 on each side, and something behind them was looking out that was not just the man but the man and the thing the man had become, fully integrated, fully present, all of it deployed at once with the clean commitment of something that had long since stopped having any need to hold back. He looked enormous. Not physically he was the same height he'd always been, still in the orange hoodie, still in the orange sneakers, but energetically, in the space that the eyes tracked before the mind caught up, he was vast, the way a person is vast when they stop containing themselves and just exist at their actual scale. Fox King, Dean said, and he said it quietly, just to himself, just to have a name for what he was looking at. The contained presence was coming out of the open space now, slowly, damaged, 3 months of being drained evident in the way it moved, but moving, and Naruto was still holding the opening and still holding the architect back simultaneously with the absolute focused certainty of someone doing 2 enormously difficult things at once and finding neither one beyond him. On the hill behind them, Dean heard the sounds of the demon engagement, weapons, Sam's voice, the distinctive sound of Ruby's knife doing its specific work, and underneath it all, from the southwest, a sound that he categorized as Kurama having dealt with the southwest anchor and was now dealing with the demons, which based on the brevity of the sounds involved was going very poorly for the demons. The architect screamed. It was not a sound. It was the sensation of sound, the information of a vast and ancient scream stripped of the acoustic component and delivered directly to the nervous system, and Dean went to one knee and caught himself on his hand and came back up and stayed up, and that was all. That was the entire transaction, one knee down and back up and eyes forward. Naruto turned his head and looked at Dean. 1 second. A direct look that held more than a look usually held. Are you all right? Stay up, I need you, thank you, and then back to the work. Dean stayed up. The architect came at Naruto physically, which was not physical, but was the between-world equivalent, a concentrated pressure that hit the center of the depression like a breaking wave. Naruto released the opening, released the contained presence into the open air of the Flint Hills, and turned to meet the architect fully. What happened next was not a fight in any recognizable sense. It was more like watching 2 weather systems collide. Naruto didn't dodge or defend or strike, he simply met the architect with everything he was, and where the 2 forces touched, the air became something else, the light going wrong in ways that Dean's eyes kept trying to correct for and couldn't. Orange gold against a darkness that was not quite a color, meeting in the center of the depression with a sound that was below and above the human hearing range simultaneously. And the architect, which had spent 18 months building a cage for this specific thing, discovered in the space of about 4 seconds that the difference between what it had planned for and what Naruto actually was amounted to the difference between a model of the ocean and the ocean. It tried to adapt. Dean could feel it, the intelligence behind it, old and complicated and genuinely formidable, trying to find the angle, trying to change its approach, because it was not a simple thing, the architect, not a force without thought. It was old enough to be creative, and it was scared, and scared creative things were dangerous. It turned toward the contained presence. Toward the second chakra signature, now free of its containment, moving through the Flint Hills with the specific urgent purpose of something that has been waiting and is done waiting. Naruto moved. He was between the architect and the presence before the architect had finished turning, and the speed of it was the kind of speed that doesn't register as movement, just absence and then presence, the space between where he was and where he needed to be collapsed without visible transit, and he was there, and his expression was completely different from anything Dean had seen on it before. Not calm. Not operational. Something under all of that, past all the layers, the original thing, the thing that had stood in front of a war and said come on then with his whole body and meant every word of it. You don't touch that, he said to the architect. Quiet. Absolute. The architect pushed. Naruto didn't move. Not an inch. And the thing that the architect felt, in that moment, Dean didn't have the perception to feel it, but he saw the evidence of it in the way the darkness that was not quite a color recoiled, pulled back, the between-world presence contracting against itself in the specific way of something that has just encountered a limit it didn't know existed and is now urgently recalculating. The sound in the air was like a word in a language that had no human speakers. Death arrived. Not announced, not preceded by any sensation or warning. Just there, standing at the rim of the depression, looking at the scene below with the expression of someone assessing the current state of a project they've agreed to contribute to. He looked at Naruto. He looked at the architect. He looked at the contained presence moving through the hillside grass toward Naruto with the determined urgency of something that has been counting down to this specific moment for 3 months. He looked at Dean. You're still upright, Death observed. I am, Dean said. Good, Death said, with the dry economy of something that approved of persistence on principle, and stepped into the depression. What Death brought to the field was not power in the sense of force. It was more fundamental than that, the weight of the one absolute certainty in the universe, brought into proximity with something that existed by violating certainties. The architect felt death arrive the way every living thing felt death arrive, in the layer of itself that was not consciousness but was something older, and what it did was what everything did when death walked into the room. It became, briefly, completely honest. And in that honesty, Naruto found the seam. Not his seam, not the tear between his world and this one that the architect had been feeding on. The architect's seam. The place where the between-world entity was anchored to this reality, the single point of contact through which it had been entering and feeding, the thing it had protected and hidden under 18 months of convergence construction. Naruto put both hands on it. Death extended his presence, not his hands, something larger and less physical, and covered the other side. Now, Naruto said. And they closed it. The sound it made was the sound of something being corrected, a vast, fundamental correction, the universe resolving a discrepancy that had been building for 300 years. The between-world space the architect occupied collapsed from both sides simultaneously, and the architect went with it, not destroyed, displaced, pushed back into the space between worlds where it had always belonged, the door shut behind it and sealed from both sides with two kinds of power that were completely different and completely complementary and had never been in the same place at the same time before. The depression was quiet. The air was ordinary. The cold was just weather again. Dean looked around. The Flint Hills sat in their winter patience, unchanged, enormous, indifferent to everything that had just happened on the limestone shelf of them. Behind him, up the hill, the sounds of the demon engagement had stopped, Sam's voice, calling his name, coming closer. From the southwest, Kurama moving through the dry grass with the efficiency of something that had dealt with its part of the problem and was coming to check on the rest. In the center of the depression, Naruto stood with his hands at his sides. And in front of him, the contained presence had arrived. Dean saw it the way you see something in peripheral vision that moves before you're looking directly at it, not a shape, not a form, just a presence, and then a form, and then a person. Or something close enough to a person that the difference required more context than Dean currently had. Old. Enormously, specifically old, in the way that Naruto was old but differently configured, the edges of it sharper, darker, the kind of old that came from a specific kind of weight rather than a specific kind of duration. Dark hair. Pale. A specific quality of stillness that was different from Naruto's stillness, less ease, more choice, the stillness of someone who had learned to be still through a considerable amount of practice with its opposite. It looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at it. Dean looked at Sam, who had arrived at his shoulder, breathing hard, a cut on his forearm that was nothing serious, his expression one of complete incomprehension at what he was looking at, and then comprehension arriving like a tide coming in, slow and then all at once. "Oh," Sam said quietly. The figure standing in the center of the Flint Hills depression said one word. It was not English. It was not any language Dean had ever heard. It was the word you said when someone's name was the only word that had ever mattered. Naruto said one word back. The same category of word. The same weight. The answer to it. And then neither of them said anything for a long time, and the Flint Hills held them in the particular patience of very old land that had seen things and kept them and didn't need to announce what it knew. Death, standing at the rim of the depression, looked at the scene below with an expression that Dean could not read, that nobody could read, probably, because it was the expression of something that existed outside of human emotional taxonomy. But it was not cold. That much was clear. Whatever Death was doing with his face in that moment, it was not cold. He caught Dean's eye. "This," Death said, "is why I came." Dean looked at the two figures in the depression. He looked at Naruto, who was not, for the first time since Dean had met him in a diner in Nebraska, carrying that specific quality of aloneness that lived in him the way a key lives in a lock, present and structural and not quite visible unless you knew to look. He was not alone in the depression. He was not alone. Dean looked at Death. "Yeah," he said. "I figured." Death inclined his head, the same gesture from the parking lot, the acknowledgement between peers, and then he looked at the sky, at the flat winter blue of it, and he was gone the way he'd arrived, without announcement, just an absence where a presence had been. Sam was beside Dean, and Kurama arrived from the southwest with grass in her hair and an expression of someone who had handled her part efficiently and was now processing the scene in front of her with the specific quality of something that had hoped for this for a very long time and was now deciding how to feel about it being real. She said something soft, in their language. Naruto turned, briefly, and looked at her. He said something back. 3 words, quiet. Kurama sat down in the dry winter grass of the Flint Hills and covered her face with her hands, not in distress, in the opposite of distress, the specific overwhelm of relief so complete it had no other outlet. "Is she?" Dean started. "She's fine," Naruto said. He was looking at the figure beside him, at Sasuke, because that was who it was. Dean had the shape of it now even without the confirmation, the name that had been carried through 1,000 years and a motel room conversation and a diner and a parking lot in the Nebraska winter, and his voice was completely steady and completely full at the same time, both things at once. "She's fine," he said again. "She's just, it's a lot." "Yeah," Dean said. "Yeah," Naruto agreed. The Flint Hills were quiet. The winter sky was enormous and honest above them, the limestone under them older than the question of what happened to people who should have been gone but weren't, and in the depression in the middle of it 2 people stood together who had not stood together for longer than this country had existed, and the world, which had been carrying on without knowing any of this, continued to carry on with the simple committed indifference it always had. But something had shifted in the weight of things. Something that had been missing for 1,000 years was found. Something that had been waiting was done waiting. They drove back toward Wichita in the early dark, the Flint Hills behind them, 6 people in a car that held 5 comfortably and 6 with negotiation, Sam driving because Dean was in the passenger seat looking at the road with the expression of a man processing something that was going to take more than one night, and in the back, Naruto and Sasuke and Kurama arranged in the particular geometry of 3 people who had known each other before the concept of this car existed. Nobody talked for a long time. Then Dean said, "So." "Yes," Naruto said. "That was, yes." "Is he?" Dean glanced in the mirror. "Does he speak English?" A brief exchange in the back seat, in their language, and then Sasuke, who had said almost nothing since the depression, who had the specific quality of someone who had been through something and was now running a comprehensive internal assessment of the damage, looked at the rearview mirror and said, in English that was slightly formal and completely precise, "Enough." "Great," Dean said. "That's great." He looked at the road. "You're gonna need ID too." Sasuke looked at Naruto. "He means papers," Naruto said. "Documents. Identity records." A pause. "This world requires, I understand what he means," Sasuke said. "Okay. It's a bureaucratic system. All worlds have those," Naruto said. "A beat. This one seems particularly invested in it." "You have no idea," Sam said, from the front. Something in the back seat went quiet in a different way than it had been quiet before, something that was not the silence of people processing, but the silence of people sitting in the same space and finding it, after everything, enough. Just enough. The specific satisfaction of a thing that has been broken for a very long time being, finally, put back together. Not the same as before. Never quite the same as before. But together. Dean drove. The Kansas night opened up ahead of them, enormous and dark and patient, and behind them the Flint Hills sat in their old limestone certainty, and the thing that had been building in them for 18 months was gone, displaced and sealed and done. 6 days had become one. One had become enough. Chapter 8, When Death Came Calling. The summons came 3 days after the Flint Hills. Not dramatically. Not in the middle of the night, not attached to a crisis. It came the way death did most things, quietly, without warning, with the specific certainty of something that had decided on its timing and saw no reason to explain that decision to anyone. Naruto woke up in the motel room in Wichita at 6 in the morning and found a card on the nightstand. Plain white. No envelope. The handwriting on it was precise and small and had the quality of text that expected to be read carefully. "There is a conversation we should finish. Tonight. Come alone." He held it for a moment. Then he set it down and went to get coffee. Sam found the card at 7 when he came through the connecting door with his laptop and the expression of someone who had been awake since 5 working on something and needed coffee and company in equal measure. He read it once, then looked at Naruto. "Tonight," he said. "Yes." "Alone." "Yes." Sam sat down. He looked at the card with the focused attention of a researcher encountering a primary source. "Death doesn't follow up," he said. "In all our experience, death acts, death observes, death comments occasionally, but death does not schedule follow-up conversations." "No," Naruto agreed. "Which means this is something specific." Sam looked up. "Something he didn't say at the Flint Hills." "Something he decided to say separately," Naruto said. "Yes." He drank his coffee. "I've been expecting it, actually. Since the depression. Since he watched." He stopped. Looked at the window. "He said this is why I came." He didn't mean the architect. Sam looked at him. "He meant Sasuke," Naruto said. "Finding Sasuke was why death came. Not just the convergence, not just the technical cooperation." He set the cup down. "Death has been watching me for 100 years. He's been reading the Reaper's files. He knows what I've been carrying." He paused. He wanted to see if this world could give it back. Could it? Naruto looked at the card on the nightstand. Then at the connecting door, beyond which Sasuke was asleep, or not asleep, because Sasuke had always slept the way soldiers slept, with one layer always awake, in the same quiet way he'd been present since the Flint Hills, saying little, observing everything, conducting the comprehensive internal assessment that Naruto recognized because he'd watched Sasuke conduct it 1,000 times in the life that had ended without ending. Yes, Naruto said. It could. Sam was quiet for a moment. Then, are you worried? About what death wants to tell you? Naruto considered this honestly, the way he considered things that deserved genuine consideration. No, he said. He looked at the card again. Curious. What do you think he's going to say? I think, Naruto said slowly, he's going to tell me something about what I am now. What the Flint Hills changed. He looked at his hands, the same marks on his face, the same orange hoodie, the same fundamental Naruto-ness of him that had survived everything. I can feel it. Something settled. When I sealed the architect with death's help, when we closed it from both sides, something in the seam between my world and this one changed. He looked at Sam. I've been carrying an open wound for 1,000 years. The displacement. The botched sealing. He paused. It's not open anymore. Sam looked at him carefully. What does that mean? For you? I don't know yet, Naruto said. That's what the conversation tonight is going to be about. Dean took it better than Naruto expected, which was to say he argued for 4 minutes instead of the expected 10, advanced 3 specific tactical objections, received responses to all 3 that he couldn't counter, and then said, fine, with the particular economy of a man who has decided that trusting someone means actually trusting them. If you're not back by dawn, Dean said. I'll be back, Naruto said. That's not what I said. Dawn, Naruto said. I'll be back by dawn. Dean looked at him for a moment with the look that had gotten less guarded over the past week, the one that had started as assessment and had become something more like the way family looks at family, which is without the distance that assessment requires, just direct, just present, just I see you. Okay, Dean said. Sasuke was leaning against the wall near the window when Naruto went to say something to him before leaving, not an announcement, not a speech, just the simple human thing of telling someone where you're going. Sasuke listened with his arms folded and his eyes doing the sharp, comprehensive reading that they'd always done, the eyes that had always seen through everything Naruto tried to present and arrived directly at the actual thing. He said, in their language, you're not worried. No, Naruto said. Good. A pause. Sasuke looked at the window. When you get back, he said, there are things to discuss. I know. About what comes next. I know. Sasuke looked at him with the expression that Naruto had never been able to fully describe to anyone, the one that existed in the space between Sasuke's default seriousness and something warmer that he'd spent most of his life treating as a structural weakness and had eventually, slowly, catastrophically accepted as load-bearing. Don't be late, he said. Naruto almost smiled. I'm never late. You are always late. I'm never late for the things that matter. Sasuke looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the window. Go, he said. Naruto went. Death's location, when Naruto reached out through the specific awareness that the Flint Hills had refined, the sense that had always existed but was clearer now, the seam's closure opening something up rather than shutting it down, was not dramatic. Not a graveyard, not a void, not any of the theatrical spaces that Death could have chosen and hadn't. It was a restaurant. In downtown Wichita. Open late. The kind of place that had been in the same building for 40 years and knew it, dark wood, good lighting, a menu that had opinions, the comfortable self-assurance of an institution that had outlasted the trends that had tried to replace it. Death was at a corner table. He had ordered already. There was food in front of him, real food, properly prepared, the kind of meal that took time and attention, not a performance of eating but the actual thing, Death at a table in Wichita engaging with a plate of food with the focused appreciation of someone for whom the sensory pleasures of a physical vessel were not nothing. He looked up when Naruto came in. Sit, he said. Naruto sat. A server appeared, and he ordered soup, the closest thing to ramen on a menu that didn't have ramen, and water, and the server disappeared, and Death cut something on his plate and ate it and said nothing for a moment. "The seam," Death said. "Yes," Naruto said. "You felt it close. During the binding." "Yes." Naruto looked at the table. "It's been open since I arrived in this world. 1,000 years of exposure. The boundary between my origin world and this one, held open by my continued existence in the wrong place." He looked at his hands. "When we sealed the architect, we sealed it using both boundaries simultaneously. The foreign and the native. The closure was total." "The wound healed," Death said. "Yes. And the energy that had been sustaining the open wound, redirected," Naruto said. "Back into me. All of it." He was quiet for a moment. "I'm different than I was 2 days ago. Not fundamentally, I'm still exactly what I've always been. But he looked for the word. Complete. In a way I didn't know I wasn't." Death looked at him with the expression that had no human analog, the total regard, the full consideration, the look that saw everything and organized it into its proper context. "The Reaper's files describe you as an anomaly," he said. "A being existing outside the natural order. Sustainable but unstable. Present without proper anchor." He set his fork down. "That designation no longer applies." Naruto looked at him. "The seam's closure gave you an anchor," Death said. "Not to your original world, that connection is sealed, properly, finally. An anchor here." He paused. "To this world. To its natural order. You are no longer a visitor." He looked at his plate. "You are no longer outside." The restaurant moved around them, other tables, other people, the ordinary evening traffic of human beings eating dinner and having conversations about ordinary things. Outside the window, Wichita was a city doing what cities do, indifferent to the conversation happening in a corner table about the nature of existence. "I belong here," Naruto said. Not a question, trying the sentence. Hearing how it sat. "You have always belonged here," Death said. "The question was whether you were anchored here. Whether the natural order of this world recognized your presence as permanent." He looked at Naruto. "It does now." Naruto was quiet for a moment. The soup arrived and he looked at it, cream-based, not ramen, not what he wanted but warm and present and here, and he picked up the spoon. "You could have told me this at the Flint Hills," he said. "You weren't ready to hear it at the Flint Hills," Death said. "At the Flint Hills you had just found Sasuke. The register was full." Something in Death's expression shifted, just slightly, just enough. "Giving you this information in that moment would have been poor timing. Even I consider timing." "Occasionally," Naruto said. "When it matters," Death said, and the dry edge of it was almost warmth. Naruto ate his soup. Death ate his dinner. The restaurant continued its evening business. "The Reaper's files," Naruto said. "They'll need updating." "They have been updated," Death said. "I attended to it personally." "What do they say now?" Death considered this. "They say, Naruto Uzumaki. Origin, external world, designation unknown. Current status, anchored, permanent resident of this world's natural order. Classification, guardian. First and only of designation." He paused. "And beneath that, in the notes column, my senior Reaper added, carries the weight of a completed story and has chosen to begin another." Naruto looked at the table. He looked at his soup. He looked at the window, at the city outside, at the dark street where an ordinary Tuesday night in Kansas was doing its ordinary work. "Guardian," he said. "It was always what you were," Death said. "The designation simply required the world to catch up." Naruto was quiet for a long moment. "There's something else," he said. He was looking at the table, and the quality of the looking had changed, more careful now, touching on something that had more weight under it. The closure of the seam. What it means for the people from my world who are here. Sasuke, Death said. He said it the way he said most things, directly, without prelude, because Death did not see the value of approaching things obliquely when approaching them directly was available. He came through a different way than I did, Naruto said. Deliberately. He found the seam, the open wound, and he came through it. He looked up. If the seam is closed, he is anchored the same way you are, Death said. The closure was not discriminatory, it sealed the breach and anchored everything on this side of it to this world's natural order. Sasuke crossed before the closure. He is here. He is permanent. Naruto exhaled. It was a small sound, almost nothing, and it carried about 1,000 years of held breath in it. And Kurama, he said. The same, Death said. Everything that was here before the closure is anchored. He paused. This world has gained 3 permanent residents in its natural order. The accounting has been noted and accepted. He looked at Naruto. I reviewed it personally. Why? Naruto said. Why does Death personally review the accounting for 3 individuals? Death looked at him with the specific look, the full regard, the total consideration, the expression that existed past human taxonomy. Because they are yours, he said simply. And what is yours has consequences for the natural order that warrant attention. He paused. And because, he stopped. Naruto looked at him. He waited, because Death was clearly choosing words, which Death did not typically need to do, and the choosing meant something. Because you have been in this world for 1,000 years, Death said, and in that time you have not once, violated the natural order. You have sustained it. Repaired it. Protected it from things that would have damaged it beyond my ability to correct. He looked at his plate. You operated without recognition. Without authority. Without anyone knowing what you were carrying or what it cost. Something in Death's voice had a quality that Naruto had never heard there before, not warmth, exactly, Death was not warm, but something adjacent to it, the thing that lives next door to warmth in very old and very large things. The natural order owes you a debt that the natural order does not typically acknowledge, because the natural order does not typically think of itself as being in debt to anything. He looked at Naruto. I am acknowledging it. The restaurant was completely ordinary around them. The server refilled water. Someone at another table laughed at something. Outside, a car drove past with its radio on, a song leaking out the window and dissolving into the night. Naruto looked at Death for a long moment. That's why you bowed, he said. At the Flint Hills. The way you inclined your head. Yes, Death said. That was the bow. That was the bow. I assumed it was professional acknowledgement. Peer-to-peer. It was more than that, Death said. It was the natural order, through me, acknowledging 1,000 years of service that it had the benefit of and the indecency to not notice. He looked at Naruto with eyes that were not human and had never been human and had seen every human thing there was to see and then considerably more. You are owed that acknowledgement. I gave it. I will give it again, here, in this restaurant, in front of this soup, because the location does not change the weight of it. Naruto looked at Death. Death looked back, and in the space between them was everything that 1,000 years looked like when it was finally, properly, received, not as a burden, not as an anomaly, not as a file notation in a Reaper's cosmic accounting, but as what it actually was. A life. A full, committed, complete life, carried forward past the point where lives usually stopped, in a world that didn't know it was being protected, by a man who had never needed it to know. Thank you, Naruto said. Thank you, Death said, and there was nothing performative in it and nothing formal. Just the honest weight of a thing that meant exactly what it said. They ate in a comfortable silence that had the quality of silence between 2 very old things that have said the important things and are now simply present in each other's company, which was its own kind of conversation. Death finished his dinner. Naruto finished his soup. The server came and went. What happens now? Naruto said. For you? Death looked at the table. Whatever you choose. You are anchored here. Permanent. The natural order considers you its own. He paused. The Winchester brothers will continue to need someone watching their backs, based on my records. Based on your records, Naruto said. The frequency with which they require intervention from cosmic entities is statistically remarkable, Death said, with the precise dryness of a man describing something outrageous in completely neutral language. Having someone in their orbit who can address situations before they require my personal attention is preferable. I thought you didn't care about preference. I care about efficiency, Death said. That's the same thing. It is not the same, Death stopped. Looked at Naruto. You're doing this deliberately. I've been told I argue like I'm looking for a reason to be right rather than trying to find out what's true, Naruto said. I've never been able to fully disagree with that. He almost smiled. Old habit. Something in Death's expression did the thing that was adjacent to warmth again, and this time it stayed a little longer. The Winchesters are fortunate, he said. They have a tendency to acquire company that is significantly more than they expect and that stays longer than they plan for. Is that observation or endorsement? Both, Death said. Naruto looked at the window. At the city. At the Kansas night doing its patient, indifferent, enormous work. He thought about the diner in Nebraska and the tracks in the snow and 7 bowls of ramen and an orange pair of sneakers. He thought about the Impala and the back seat of it and the flat country passing outside the window and the conversation about Sasuke in the snow and the parking lot and not alone anymore and Kurama sitting in the Flint Hills grass with her face in her hands and the center of the depression and the words said in the language no one else spoke. He thought about Dean saying that's what this is with the flat, committed certainty of someone for whom loyalty was not a decision but a fact of nature. About Sam writing things down with the care of a person who understood that some things, if you didn't write them down, might not survive. About a woman in a hotel room with a board full of maps and a bruise on her cheekbone and Uriel said like it was the most significant thing she'd ever confirmed. Guardian, he said, trying the word the way he'd tried belong, hearing it, assessing it. First and only of designation. Yes, Death said. I was Hokage once, Naruto said. 7th. The village leader. The protector. He looked at his hands. This world doesn't have Hokages. No, Death said. It has something else. He stood, the vessel unfolding with the specific, unhurried grace of something that moved at a pace time didn't own, and looked at Naruto from standing height. It has you. He left money on the table. Exact amount, precise tip, the habit of someone who had been doing this for long enough that the social customs had become second nature. He looked at Naruto one more time, the full look, the final accounting, everything seen and received and properly filed. Dawn, Death said. You told the Winchester you'd be back by dawn. I did. Then you should go. Naruto stood. He looked at Death, this ancient, enormous thing that had met him for dinner in Wichita, Kansas and told him that the universe owed him something and had paid it in the currency of a single inclined head in a field, which was somehow exactly the right denomination. Will I see you again, he said. Everyone sees me again, Death said. But you, he paused. You will see me as a colleague. Not before the time is right. Which, given what you are now, will be a very long time from now. He paused. I find I'm not impatient about it. Neither am I, Naruto said. Death left. Not dramatically, just went, the bell above the restaurant door chiming once as the vessel walked out, and then the ordinary street received him, and he was simply elsewhere, as he always was, as he would always be, doing the work that the universe required with the comprehensive patience of something that had no choice but to be exactly what it was and had made its peace with that a very long time ago. Naruto stood in the restaurant for a moment. Then he put on his jacket and left. The walk back was long enough to be worth taking, across downtown Wichita, through streets that were quiet now, the real late-night quiet of a city that had finished its public day and was conducting its private one. The cold was sharp and clean. The stars were out. His orange sneakers on the concrete were the only sound for a long stretch, and he walked the way he walked everything, with his full attention on what was in front of him, the present tense occupied completely, the 1,000 years and the found seam and the new anchor and death's bow all settling into the specific arrangement that things settled into when they had been processed and filed and accepted. He was thinking about what Sasuke had said. There are things to discuss. About what comes next. He was thinking about Dean in the front seat of the Impala, eyes on the road, the way he'd looked when he said backup, like the word was both simpler and larger than it sounded. He was thinking about Sam at a desk somewhere right now, probably still working, cross-referencing something, building the better lore book that the world needed and that Kurama was going to argue with half of, and that would be, in the arguing, exactly right. He was thinking about Madeline, who had gone home to her botanical garden in Topeka with documentation of the convergence site that Sam had promised to keep in the archive, who had called the morning after the Flint Hills to say the blue irises were blooming despite the cold, which she'd said was impossible and had happened anyway. He was thinking about Elena Vasquez's garden, which was bigger now. He was thinking about the lunch log in his pocket, the 100 years of careful notes, the ongoing record of a world he'd been moving through alone and was now moving through differently. He pulled it out and opened it to the last entry, which was the ramen in Wichita before the highway fight. He found a pen. He stood on a corner in downtown Wichita in the cold and he wrote. Wichita. November. Cream soup, not ramen. Acceptable. Company, death. Conversation, significant. The debt was paid. The anchor is set. I belong here now, not just present, not just passing through. Here. He paused. Then added, there is much to do. That's fine. There has always been much to do. The sneakers need replacing. He closed the book. He walked back to the motel. The parking lot was quiet. The Impala sat under the lights with the patient self-assurance of something that had been exactly where it was supposed to be for its entire existence. The rooms were lit, Sam's window showing the blue light of a laptop, Dean's showing the television, Kurama's dark, Sasuke's dark in a way that meant occupied rather than empty. Naruto stood in the parking lot for a moment. Dean came out. Not because he'd heard him, because Dean Winchester had the specific instinct of a man who woke up when the people he was responsible for came home, and didn't need to hear anything to know it. He came out in his jacket with his hands in his pockets and stood next to Naruto and looked at the parking lot and said nothing for a moment. Before dawn, Dean said. I said I would be. You did. Dean looked at the Impala. How'd it go? Naruto looked at the sky. At the stars that had been there 1,000 years ago and were still there now, doing their patient and faithful work. Good, he said. It went well. Death say what he needed to say? Yes. You okay? Naruto thought about this with the genuine consideration it deserved, because Dean asked it with the weight of someone for whom the question was real and the answer mattered. He felt the anchor, the new one, the closed seam, the word guardian settling into its proper place in the arrangement of what he was. He felt Sasuke in the room behind the dark window and Kurama in the room beside it. He felt the lunch log in his pocket and the orange sneakers on his feet and the flat Kansas sky above him and the world that was his now, properly, finally, belonging running both directions. Yes, he said. I'm okay. Dean looked at him. The direct look, the one without distance. Yeah, he said. I can see that. He was quiet for a moment. Looks good on you. What does? Dean gestured vaguely. At him. At the parking lot. At the general configuration of things. This, he said. All of it. Naruto looked at him. He thought about all the versions of this that Dean could mean, the anchor, the team, the found people, the chosen belonging, the life that had been extended past its proper end and had become, out here in the middle of the American flat country, something entirely new. He thought about the diner and the tracks in the snow and the first bowl of ramen and how he'd sat down on a stool and said his name like it was the beginning of something because it was. "Yeah," he said. "It does." They stood in the parking lot until the cold made staying outside impractical, and then they went inside, Dean to his room, Naruto to his, and the motel was quiet around them, the city quiet past it, the country enormous and dark and patient in all directions. In room 7, Naruto sat on the bed. He looked at the window. At the dark outside it. At the stars he could see from this angle, a narrow strip of them between the roof of the motel and the flat horizon. He thought about the 7th Hokage. About the village. About the war and the sky clearing and the people standing up and the sound of them cheering, the last thing he'd seen before the displacement, the image that had lived in him for 1,000 years like a flame that refused to go out, the proof that the world had been worth protecting, that the protection had worked, that the ending had been good. He thought about Sasuke coming through the scene deliberately. Finding the wound in the world and following the thread of it all the way to this continent, this country, these hills. 3 months inside the architect's construction, held and drained and resisting with the specific, patient, utterly characteristic stubbornness of someone who had decided to wait and was going to wait for as long as it took. He thought about what Sasuke had said in their language, in the depression, after everything was over and they were standing in the winter grass of the Flint Hills. Not the word said first, the first word was private, would always be private, belonged to them and to the 1,000 years between them and to no one else. But the second thing, the thing said after, when the first shock had settled and the reality of the moment had become simply the moment. Sasuke had said, "I found the end of the thread. I followed it. That's all. That was all. 1,000 years. A world away. An impossible route through a seam between realities, sustained by 3 months of sheer stubborn will inside an entity that had been trying to drain him dry. That's all." Naruto had looked at him and said, "You're impossible." And Sasuke had said, without any expression, "So are you," and it had been the most Sasuke thing ever said in any world and Naruto had, for the first time since the displacement, for the first time in 1,000 years, laughed the way he used to laugh. Unguarded. Real. The laugh of someone who has everything they're supposed to have and knows it. He sat on the bed in room 7 and he was smiling, and there was no one there to see it, and that was fine, it wasn't for anyone, it was just the natural consequence of a thing that had healed, being able to move freely without pain for the first time in longer than memory usually covered. He reached into his pocket and took out the lunch log. He opened it to a fresh page. He wrote, in the compact and careful script that he'd been writing in for 100 years, the beginning of something. Not a record this time. Not a list of soups and ramen shops and brief notes about proprietors and closing dates. Something else. The first line of the next thing. He wrote it the way you write something you've been meaning to write for a very long time and have finally found the right moment for, simply, without making it larger than it was, trusting the sentence to carry its own weight. Wichita, Kansas. November. The anchor is set. The work continues. We are 4 now, and tomorrow we'll figure out what that means. He closed the book. He put it on the nightstand next to a plain white card that he'd decided to keep, because some things deserve to be kept. He lay back. He looked at the ceiling of a motel room in the flat middle of America, and he thought about tomorrow, not with dread, not with the particular weight that tomorrow had carried for 100 years, but with the specific quality of interest that living people had about days that hadn't happened yet. The clean, uncomplicated curiosity of someone who genuinely didn't know what was coming and had decided, finally, that this was a feature rather than a flaw. Outside, the city turned over in its sleep. The stars continued their faithful, patient work. Somewhere in the room next door, Sasuke was awake in the way he was always awake, with one layer always present, always watching, and somewhere in the room past that, Kurama was doing what she'd been doing since the Flint Hills, which was sitting with the relief of something that had been waiting and was done waiting and was now simply, quietly, here. In the car outside, the Impala held its position under the parking lot lights with the self-assurance it always had, carrying its 100,000 miles and its dents and its history with the dignity of something that knew its own worth. In room 4, Dean Winchester was asleep. Properly asleep, the flat-out sleep of someone who had run hard for a long time and had found, for tonight, a reason to rest. In room 5, Sam Winchester was still at his laptop, would be at his laptop until 2, would wake up tomorrow with 3 new ideas and a longer notes document and the specific energized quality of someone who had found a thread they intended to follow until it was fully understood. This was what it looked like. The morning would bring new problems. It always did. The world was large and complicated and relentlessly populated with things that needed addressing, and the Fox King and his found family were exactly the kind of people who noticed those things and did something about them. There would be more highways and more motels and more diners, more monsters who ran and more demons who prayed and more angels who tried to file the right paperwork and failed, and somewhere in a Reaper's cosmic ledger a designation had been updated, and somewhere in the space between worlds an ancient thing had been displaced back into its proper nothing, and somewhere in the Flint Hills the winter grass was pressing up through limestone that remembered everything and needed to tell none of it. The Fox King was home. Not the home he'd started in, that home was sealed now, properly, the wound finally closed, the story finished the way it should have finished 1,000 years ago, the sky clearing and the people cheering and the ending good. This was the other home. The one built from a century of motels and highways and ramen and careful notes in a small book. The one built from 2 brothers who didn't look away and a 9-tailed fox who'd spent 60 years in the Canadian wilderness and had opinions about lore books, and a woman in a botanical garden where the blue irises had finally come in, and a dark-eyed man who had crossed worlds on the thread of a name and arrived in the Flint Hills with the specific patient stubbornness of someone who had never, in any world, been capable of leaving things unfinished. The one built not from memory but from the present tense. From tomorrow. From the morning coming in through the gap in the motel curtain, slow and honest and golden, the way mornings came everywhere that Naruto had ever been in 1,000 years of being places, without ceremony, without announcement, with the simple committed arrival of something that had been doing this for longer than anyone had been watching and would keep doing it long after. Just another morning. Just the beginning of what came next. The Fox King closed his eyes. Death did not come. Not yet. Not for a very long time.